Hey there, welcome on in, 757 Spy Flight time. Thanks for coming by today. Thank you for putting in some wows in at wow time. Got a Martin Air Cargo MD-11 taxiing by right now here at Katowice, and we are off to Chișinău, and yes, I've been practicing those pronouncers. Hey there, welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. Appreciate you stopping by. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you for putting in the two-tone Murphy, always full pint of beer there, Sunjammer. Always appreciate. Thank you for being here. JSG Droid is back. Another day off from a very, very long few weeks away. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Sim Pilot UK, welcome back. Thank you for stopping by. T-Bird is here too. Hi, Murdinator and Lucidity. Is also in chat today. Thank you for coming in. I did go and do an update in with my with the NVIDIA drivers, and all of a sudden it's hesitating, it's cranky, and stuff has stopped working. Like about 20 minutes before, 10 minutes before the spy flight started, in terms of getting, audio levels working and everything else. So something is amiss right now. We may need to do a complete restart of the system. I'm not sure yet, but, just trying to turn on and off different audio levels and stuff. I can't even get that to go right now. So let's see if I can do it this way. Let's see, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. It's being a real brat. Okay, there we go with that. Let's see if I go with VPilot. Okay, there's VPilot. I can get that in there. So we got that going. Okay, at least we fixed that. But yeah, I kind of figured, oh, Air Berlin going by. Hi, Air Berlin. They've got free chocolates aboard and stuff. SimPilot UK, thank you for being here. Cedo Air is here. So VPilot is not working since the last update. Haven't heard about that, Noodles. I have heard a couple of little bumps and stuff here. The Sim Update 3 update hasn't been a problem for me, but the NVIDIA update might be kind of a problem or something. Hi, Tim Dog. Welcome on in. Tim Dog did some fun ATC for us just the other day just yesterday in some VATSIM. That was a really good time. Finn Zippo flew today for the first time. 5 CTDs. Yeah, I think that some of us are having some problems here, so we'll see what happens. Finn Zippo had to reinstall 24 and the NVIDIA drivers. Oh my gosh. Hi, Martin. I gotta say, it was a really, really good event. It really was a lot of fun. So I don't know if this is gonna work out. Let's see if we can make the sim work and go from here. I'm also going to play God here for a second, and we're going to flip the clock around here. I am not interested in flying at night. I don't know why. I've found flying at night right now just a little bit too depressing. So there we go. Sunny Nights is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thank you for stopping by today. And if you are also over on YouTube, aboard, thank you for coming in over on YouTube. Becky's over on YouTube right now. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Ayakos, did I say that right? Hey, thanks for the follow. Come on in. Welcome aboard. So let's see if we can make this work, okay? We are on VATSIM. We got 3 VATSIM events to do today. Guys, Martin, don't forget to disable your add-ons. They aren't updated yet, and they crashed the sim. Uh-oh. Well, too late for that. I got my add-ons already in, so, we may be doomed at this point. Hi, P.S. Morandi. Let's come on in here. Let's just see what works, okay? What could possibly go wrong? Stairs on the right side, cargo on the left side, keeps pilots from being smushed by cargo. And we definitely want to make sure that pilots aren't being smushed. Now, one thing that Loviz said after doing the update was to try and make a switch from TAA to DLSS, I think. Shall we go and just see what happens with that? Let's just go and see if that might make things a little smoother. So go to graphics, it's anti-aliasing, and low-vis said go over to NVIDIA DLSS Super Res. Let's see how that works. Maybe that'll take care of some stuff. Now, one of the reasons that I generally don't use that is because when you're dialing numbers and stuff like in your radio, the numbers get like fuzzy, you know, like you've had a little bit too much or something like that. So that might be a part of it too. So let's see if maybe that does stuff. Hi, Mr. Jazz. Welcome aboard. And I hope all is jazzy at your place today. Let's do a quick control check here. And engines are looking good. Throttles are. That looks good. Normally pilots do these later on in the flight startup process, but because we have USBs that sometimes wig out on us, I usually do my flight control checks right at the very first. So if there is a problem, we know that.
Stay sharp.
Slams 48 just did a follow. Hey, yep, Slams 48. Hey Slams, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Finn Zippo took almost all the add-ons and disabled everything, and it was fine. Could have been a small airport too. That's probably one of the problems that we get here. Let's do one check. We could do that right now. Let's go back over here to drone cam as I continue to drone on and on about this. Let's just go and see if maybe that stopped the hesitations. So remember when I was looping the airplane and stuff like this, it was a problem. Cooper's over on YouTube now. Hi, Cooper. Okay, so we seem to be doing pretty good there. That's not so bad. Let's see if we pull back a little and go up a bit. I remember when I went over to the there. Okay, so they're still there. They're still there. So it does look like we still have a few issues. Tell you what, they really did a nice job of you know, when it came to modeling, they modeled the door option in this area, the way the door works really, really well. I mean, I know it's a flight sim. Who cares about the door being modeled, right? But, you know, it's always fun. Okay, so let's come on over here. And I think we can go and let's see if the flight plan's still going to load in. Okay, import from SimBrief. Okay, that looks really good. EPKT to LUKK. Katowice to Chișinău. Yeah, you darn right. I've been practicing that all day, and I'm still going to butcher it, I know. Battery. Looking good. Let's see. Ground power's available. Ground power's available. How about coffee machine? Coffee machine's working. The last change that you did when you got one flight, you lowered the terrain details. Was that the reason? Maybe we need to do that. Let's do nav and logo lights. No smoking while we're refueling the airplane. And emergency exit lights are now armed. Operator Pusky, the new driver clean install resets all control panel settings. Might need to set your frame rate. I didn't do a clean install. Maybe that's part of the problem is I installed it with the NVIDIA app. So maybe that might be part of the problem. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Okay, let's go to menu and FMS. No, we don't want FMS. We need menu and ACARS and SimBrief. There we go. And then there is the AOC, stands for Airline Operations Control Route, is updated. So now we can come up here. And from there, we'll come all the way up to the top and turn the nav system to heading and select. Nav 1. We're going to do nav 2 and the oxygen panels. I was really kind of encouraged because Loviz did a test flight in the A300 and said it was really flying good. Cooper's flying the A310. That's as good as this airplane. The A310 is not as big as this one. Doesn't carry as much, but it goes further. It goes further. Okay, so now let's align the IRSs and clear it. And all of that looks good. Now then, we can come over here and we're going to do weight and balance. And then we can go. I'm still seeing fuzzy numbers. I think I've still got fuzzy numbers. So we'll just pretend there is adult beverage in the SPY tea today. Maybe it's just time to start getting used to fuzzy numbers. Okay, EPKT. We need to do EPKT tower, which is 129.225. 129.225. Yeah, it's still fuzzy numbers, really fuzzy. Cooper, these are actually kind of fun airplanes. They're old, they're cranky. You know, they don't fly like an A319 or 20 or anything like that. They just don't. You know, the autopilot gets cranky the closer you get on approach to the runway. And, you know, it's cranky going out, too. I mean, that's what it is. It's a cranky old airplane. But it is kind of fun to fly this one, too. And what's also cool about it is this airplane is flying all over the world as a cargo liner, which is neat. Good afternoon, Rosa. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. Okay, let's go ahead and do zero fuel weight. Zero fuel weight is 125.51. 125.51. Zero fuel weight. Let's do center of gravity, which is 30.71. 30.71 is zero fuel weight center of gravity. And now we kind of have to stop for a while. Got to stop because the airplane is actually, it takes 5 minutes to refuel the airplane. Or you can click a button and it will be instantly. When does the 777F drop in Microsoft Flight Simulator? Maybe as early as Monday. I think Tuesday or Wednesday perhaps. Let's give them time. One of the things that, you know, it's always so frustrating. When's the airplane coming? When's the airplane coming? And one of the things that I appreciate about PMDG is they're like Orson Welles doing those old wine commercials. We will sell no wine before it's time. They're not going to put it out until it's ready. And you notice we rarely have a lot of bugs, you know, with a PMDG airplane. So, you know what? They can take all the time that they need to. I'm great, you know, but I think it's coming. I don't want to use the 4-letter S word, soon, but maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. AMG, Rosa is having ChatGTP making liveries. Liveries for a fictional airline. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I don't know. Okay, let's go to Tower and see if we can get a clearance. All right, EPKT, EPKT delivery. We got delivery now. Let's do delivery 121.805. 121.805 is Katowice delivery. And I'm going to turn this down just a little bit here in the cockpit. You should still hear music, but I don't. But you should still hear it. 121.805. And then they went off the air. So now we got to go back to EPKT Tower. 129.225. Okay, that's Tower. Let's see if we hear somebody. I'm actually not hearing anybody right now. And I always kind of like to just wait a second and make sure I can hear them before I start just jabbering away, you know, on the frequency. I don't hear anybody. Okay, we are over here at, I think we're at West Cargo. So we're over at West Cargo, EPKT, Airport. So over here, West Cargo. No, it's East Cargo. And I think we're at stand 85. Okay. So let's go and save that. Let's also save the airport. There's the airport. We did get a departure here. Our departure is the Luxor 6 mic departure. Luxor 6 mic. There it is. So Luxor 6 mic, as I recall, does have an initial climb clearance of 6,000 feet. That's what I wanted to look at so I could be ready for a 6,000 feet. Hey, cream cheese. Let's see. Doing an overnight flight, and you got a minus 135 after an 11-hour flight. Now, I'm guessing you got to do a little sleep. You didn't stay up all night long, right? But still, after a long flight like that, isn't it really nice to get a great landing rate? I mean, that's kind of what us sim pilots live for. Okay, coming in, I think it's going to be runway 26, so we need the 26 RNAV arrivals. Come on over here, and it's going to be ILS localizer 26. And we're going to go to the airport. There is airport right there. And we'll do parking stands. I'm still not hearing anybody on frequency. This is scary. Let's just start blasting away and see what happens. Katowice Tower, good evening from Postman 441. We're in A300 at, I think, stand 85 at East Cargo. Information, well, I did have it just a second ago. Golf is aboard, requesting clearance to Chișinău. I was transmitting. I'm not hearing anything.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
Larson's back with a sub. Hi, Larson.
Loyalty noted.
129.225. Do I not know how to tune a radio? Do I not know? I bet I don't know how to tune a radio, do I? No, Larson, thank you for coming in. Larson has been here for 17 months. Thank you for a really nice resub, Larson. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. Okay, it says 129.225. This says 129.255. C 129.255. It's always something, right? Ah, the humiliation. Hey, Pratt PT, welcome aboard. Pratt says to hydrate. Can I go get the adult beverages now, Pratt PT? Hey, you. How about, we're in an Airbus, right? We get to wear the Airbus hat. You got to do a test flight in the Phoenix.
Good evening, your rings to Yankee on the ILS runway 26.
Okay, thank you, Pratt PT. We got that taken care of. Got to do a test flight in the Phoenix. I think it's a really great airplane.
Continue approach number 1, your rings to Yankee, thank you.
Let's try it again. Up. Gotta have my notes, otherwise we're dead, Jim. Katowice Tower, hello there from Postman 441 at stand 85 with the information Golf. Requesting clearance to Chișinău.
Postman 441, very warm welcome from Katowice Tower. Sunlight number 1 for clearance. Spray break, Sierra, Bravo, Tango.
Hey, Kent is over on YouTube as well. Hey, Kent, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in and flying today. We are at Katowice, going to Chișinău, then we got Vancouver and Calgary, and Santa Rosa to Burbank. Should be some nice flights today. All of them are on VATSIM today. Moritz is in chat. Hi, Moritz. Did the system go around it? Oh, that was for Rosa.
Related damage Charlie, winds 260 degrees 13 on runway 26, clear for takeoff, after departure, contact CYVR approach 121075, safe flight, yeah.
Cleared for takeoff runway 26 after departure 121075. Thanks. With a 2 Tango Charlie.
Postman 441 ready to copy.
Postman 441 ready to copy clearance.
Post 1441, you're clear to Chișinău via the LUKK 6, Mike departure runway 26, climb initially 6,000 feet, scope 4501, information, go.
Postman 441, Golf's aboard. We are cleared to Chișinău via the LUKK 6 Mike departure with initial climb of 6,000 feet, and our squawk is 4501.
Post 1441, read back fully correct.
Fully correct. Unsportsmanlike celebration. If I can go and get a read back correct and stuff like that on the first read back like that, I always feel a little bit better about the day. Okay, let's come on over here and do fuel numbers. Taxi is 0.748. 0.748 is taxi fuel. 50 minutes of fuel is 1.37. 1.37. You might notice that I'm doing something with all of these numbers. So you might notice like over here. So my alternate fuel is 5,194. Now this is not the correct term. This is one of those silly words that I use. I'm doing what I call decimalize it. I'm decimalizing that. And so after the 1,000, then you do, so it's going to be 5.19, or you'll round it up. So it's going to be 5.2. And again, there's the official word which always escapes my twisted mind. So I call it decimalizing this. And you do a little bit of rounding in airplanes too. So instead of 5.19, I'll bet the airplane's going to round it to 5.2. So 5.19. Watch the alternate here. Let's see if it rounds it to 5.2. See how that worked? And then the last one is our 30 minutes of fuel for final reserve, and that's going to be 2.31. So 2.31 will be 2.3. And that's probably going to leave it at 2.2 in this airplane. It always does. It never changes. Okay, so that's what it is that I'm doing for those numbers. Somebody left me a message yesterday and said, hey, what is it? You know, the number in the flight plan says one thing and you're calling it like 1.2. What's all that about? And again, the actual name escapes me, but I call it decimalizing. LUKK 6 Mike. The LUKK 6 Mike. LUKK 6 Mike departure. And insert. Manaphy, yep, Vancouver to Calgary and Santa Rosa to Burbank. And let's come on down here to our flight. I'm sure there is a math teacher out there that can set me straight on what I'm actually doing. Simbrief says runway 26 for arrival. So arrival is runway 26. Actually, all we got was A26. That's all I have there. I don't have anything else. And I don't have the arrival either. So, do we have a star? No stars or anything, so just 26. We're going to have to put all of that in manually. Okay, well, I guess we have to put these in manually. So, after... and we can do that with our charts. This is a surprise. Okay, so on the arrival, it's going to be... well, fortunately, it's not a big one. It's Unara. That's in there. Now we need LUSAV. L-U-S-A-V. So, L-U-S-A-V. LUSAV. That's not allowed. Uh-oh. Really? L-U-S-A-V. Let me make sure. L-U-S-A-V. I spelled it right. L-U-S-A-V. Put it on top of L-U-K-K. L-U-S-A-V. Okay, I just put it on the wrong line. You got to notice about throttle mismatched, and it went off auto throttle. It sounds to me like you need to go, if you're talking about the Phoenix, you need to go into the McDo right down there like mine, and you need to calibrate your throttles through the McDo. That's what it sounds like to me. Okay, then after LUSAV on runway 26, So then let's see. We've got a couple of waypoints out here. Let's see. There's a hold at Luceb, D3.8 KIV. Some of these aren't going to be... We are going into Moldova, so it could very well be that theirs are going to be different. And it won't let us do... It won't let us choose the runway, right? A26. Okay. Well, we're probably going to have to make that up as we go. This is going to be a little bit weird. Okay. Well, we could at least do takeoff and approach here. Let's see. Everything's aligned, so we can turn on pitch trim, yaw dampers, auto thrust system. Let's go ahead and turn on one fuel pump and get the APU started on up. Let's come on over here and close the big door. There goes the big door closed. That looks really good. And we'll also go ahead, we could close the main door and remove the stairs. Our altimeter here, ooh, let's see, 1010. 1010. There we go. Happy Sunday, Speedbird. Welcome aboard. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. It's good here. Nobody's in trouble. 6,000 feet. That looks really good. Our departure heading on this runway is going to be, it's runway 26, so it's going to be 264 degrees. The thing is when the numbers get blurry, it's hard to set these unless you're zoomed in. 264, so that looks good too. We did get a squawk code, and our squawk code was 4501. 4501. And punch it a second time. And then we can switch the TCAS to above and increase our range to 12 miles. Back to the tuning page. That all looks good. This all looks good. The APU should be up and running. It is available now, so we can disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. We can come over here and remove the GPU. Let's see. That looks really good. Let's go do our departure. Do you still pre-select speed at 250 after entering the V2? You know, about half the time. I think I forget most of the time, JSG Droid. So I really do forget about half the time. But I will do it this time. You know why? Because you reminded me, and thank you. Okay, we're going to flex to 58 degrees. So auto, flex, and 58 degrees. There's 58 degrees. We need to get our landing elevation. So landing elevation is from charts and our arrival airport. And at Chișinău, it's 399 feet. And you got to round that too. So it's going to be 400 up here in landing elevation. So right up here. So there's 100, 200, 300, 400. So we got that set. We're going to do 158 and 162. 158, 162, and then V2 is 165. That goes over here. 165. Then you what JSG Droid's saying is push the bottom button here, push the top button here. It says pre-select, and then we're going to go and just run that up. I usually run it to about 210 to start especially if you've got like a tight turn on the departure, and we do have a tight turn on the departure after this. So that's why I did, instead of 250, I told it to go to 210. It said max 230. Nah, I want to be at no more than 210 for that turn, and then it can go up to warp factor, whatever. Okay, all of this is looking pretty good. Our parking brakes are on. Let's start our squawking. Squawking is occurring. And I think the APU is ready to go. Let's call pushback helper and request a tug. Parking brakes are on. We can remove the chocks and be ready to go. Chocks are gone. I'm going to arm our doors for departure. And we're going to come over here, and because I don't fly this as often as I would like, it's got such an easy checklist. Fuel cockpit prep's done, fuel quantity, takeoff data, landing elevation, altimeters, brakes and anti-skid are on, windows and doors are closed, beacon is going to go on, passenger signs are on, and parking brake is required. So easy to do that. Okay, tower again, Katowice tower. Let's all hit the ATIS button one more time. It's Information Hotel now. Katowice tower, hello again. Postman 441 at East Cargo. Information Hotel is now aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
We're pushing this to hear informative pilots. Very good. Push and start is approved. Range 1010.
1010 on the altimeter. Push and start approved. Thank you so much. Nice to be here, and I hope it's a good weekend for you. Shall we go?
Katowice Tower Sky Georgia 910 established at ILS at runway 26.
Speedbird, is it too late? You'd like to see Moldova from the SAM? Speedbird, actually, there's a really nice freeware airport, it looks like, for
runway
Chișinău.
26 clear for land, runway.
It does look like there's a nice freeware for it, Speedbird.
Katowice Tower, Postman 195 Netter, QNH 1010, requesting push and start. Push approved safety. Postman 195.
I love the sounds of this engine. Sounds like there's some like bolt rattling around in the back of that thing as it gets spun up. RAR 5911. We're using VATSIM. I've never really done live types of traffic. There's a way to do that, but I usually don't use the live traffic. We almost always on VATSIM because we're all flying together. I think it's just a simple selection in online, in settings, in online, I think. Good start on engine number 1. Fryok, happy Sunday. Good start, starting 2. Engine number 2 starts. Looking at the N2 down here, wait till it's about 20%, add fuel. There goes fuel. Oh, the livery. So what you're talking about, RAR, is you're talking about model matching. So do you have the fly-by-wire A320 Neo, the free one? If you've got that, then you got something. Then you've got a place to go and get your model matching for free. And it's pretty good model matching. It's not perfect, it's not great, but it's not terrible. Story of my life. But that is where you would go to get that. Everything's looking good there. Starter. APU bleed. APU off. Flight controls.
Cargo, Sky Georgia 910.
Trims down 0.1, I believe.
Taxi to gate.
Speed brakes are armed.
Via hotel.
Flaps are going to be 15 and 15. Auto brakes are max. We're going to come and do rudder trim. After start, pitch trim, rudder trim, spoilers, slats and flaps, ECAM, anti-ice, hand signal. We're groovy.
November Hotel Foxtrot to gate number 90, Sky Georgia 910.
That's right, FSLTL, RAR. That's what I was trying to remember. FSLTL. That's exactly it. That's it right there.
Hold short of it.
Is my VR speed blank? Rotate is blank.
November
Thank you.
Hotel and Foxtrot
162.
Hold short Echo. Sky Georgia 910.
Got it. Thank you for catching that. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Smokey Dave. Katowice Tower, hello again. Postman 441, requesting taxi.
Postman 441, glad to hear you again. Taxi Echo and Tango, holding 126.
Echo and Tango, runway 26. Postman 441. Shall we go? Taxi light.
Katowice Tower, Postman 1959 are ready to taxi behind the company.
Shall we go? Okay.
Postman 1959 taxi.
Parking brakes, wig bell. So far, so good. Welcome aboard.
Echo Tango holding point 26.
Thank you for coming in today. I hope all is well at Wig Out Central.
Aircraft 744 heavy, coming hello, wind 350 meters on, from 15, put me approach,
Are you out at football? Out doing football things outside today?
and aircraft 744 confirmed, KBUR.
Okay, this is going to be a profile and nav departure. We got those set. Let's see, Speedbird is coming in from Bucharest. Wig Bill says it's muggy today. No football, that was yesterday. You were wiped out last night. Fryok is going to do some iRacing today. Good luck with your iRacing. Waterwell, good evening. 2024, you're doing keybinds. I've been trying to set up most of my keybinds, and they've been working pretty good.
Alright, 55, very warm welcome to Katowice, taxi 222 via November, Bravo Echo. Taxi 222 via November, Bravo Echo, I'm expected taxi. Aircraft 744, wind 250 degrees, 10 knots, runway 26, clear for
Switzerland, runway 26, aircraft 744 heavy.
Okay, everything is set. We could do, there's a button for the co-pilot down in the lower center pedestal there. You hold it down and then look in the center. Takeoff config is normal for takeoff. So we're all ready to go. I got 2 sets of numbers here. I'm going to go to the second set. And we got somebody on final, right? Somebody was cleared to land. Maybe that was the former runway. Hey, that could be it. Maybe the taxiway is the former runway. They do that a lot. So here's a big long taxiway down here. Maybe that's it. That could very well be it. Here's our departure. Good to go there. I think we're all ready.
Sky Georgia 910, continue hold south 47.
There's our airplane.
Continue hold short echo, send number 90. Sky Georgia 910.
Behind driving traffic, runway 26, line up and wait behind.
New
Behind
recruit
landing traffic,
detected.
runway 26, line
Welcome
up and wait,
aboard,
postman
agent.
441.
Stay sharp.
Let's see. Balanchini just did a follow on the channel. Hey, Balanchini, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. JSG Droid, is that you back there? I don't think that my model matching is doing a very good job of A300s right now. So it looks like you're a E-Jet. Hi, Balanchini. Thank you for being here. And if you're flying along with me on YouTube, thank you for joining that. That's relatively new. Oh, okay, so I look like an E-Jet to you too? All right, so it's kind of a universal problem right now. A universal kind of a deal. Looks like we got the wind sailing straight down the runway.
Aircraft 744, very warm welcome to Katowice,
I'm a big jet. I'm just white. So no livery.
Foxtrot and Echo to Stand 70, aircraft 744.
Are we ready to go?
New recruit detected.
Let's get ready
Welcome
to
aboard,
rumble.
agent. Stay sharp.
Flight Sim 289, thanks for the follow. Some nice follows today. Thank you for coming in today. Balanchini.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, agent. Stay sharp.
121075 after departure. Thank you so much. And thanks for the great ATC. Can't wait to come back from Postman 441.
How to say again, sir?
121075.
Line up and wait, runway 26 behind departing traffic.
121075, that's next. Shall we go? Throttles up a little bit there. El Clocko is running. Takeoff thrust is set. Sunny Night also followed. Hey, Sunny Night, thank you for your follow too. Welcome, welcome. And up, up, and away. There we go. $100 knots. Steering with the rudder. Little bit of right rudder needed on this. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear. Flip the radio.
Don't take off from present position, expect about 50 track mark.
We expect 50 track miles.
Flaps. Speed brakes disarmed. Krakow, good evening from Postman 441, passing 3,200 for 6.
Postman 441, Krakow approach, hello, identified. Climb flight level 100 inch correction. Climb flight level 270.
Flight level 270 for Postman 441, thanks.
And Postman 441, proceed direct podam.
Postman 441, that was direct to Toldon?
Podam.
Direct Podun for Postman 441, thanks.
Lufthansa Echo Papa, confirm speed is 220 knots.
Lufthansa 8 Echo, we are still at 220 and we are descending via speed brakes. Now 2000 per minute.
Roger that.
Let's see if the AP is going to help me out here. AP's got us direct to Podun. And there is direct to Podun. AP thinks you're flying an F-14. Well, I moved my, the problem is when I'm kind of still flying by hand, I got my hand on the stick and stuff like that. Sometimes I'll move it just a little bit. Just a little bit. And that becomes a problem.
Left heading 070, Lufthansa 8 Echo.
Bear is going to be Canadian Bear soon.
Lufthansa 8 Echo Papa, resume navigation, kilo 661.
Direct kilo 681, can you confirm?
And direct to Podun.
661.
Delta kilo 661, Lufthansa 8 Echo Papa.
Archer, hello, Postman 1959, we are 3,300, flying 6,000.
So far, so good.
Postman 1959, Krakow approach, hello, identified 3,606, climb flight level 230.
So you were, someone was saying that all you're hearing is music noodles?
Postman 1959.
I'm hearing the airplane just fine. I've got my music turned way down. I can't turn it down much more. But you're saying that the airplane is not working. I did turn it on. It doesn't look good for me, so I'm going to turn it back off here and just go back to TAA. Great outside views right now. Hey, we got a hole in the clouds.
126.975.
Clouds kind of got big out there. But yeah, the DLSS experiment didn't work so well with Bill. Jazz hands, they're both good. Thanks, Jazz hands. Okay, a little stretch here. And on the departure, transition was 6,500. Standard altimeter. Got that good. I think we're in good shape. Chișinău, here we come. Trying to figure out where the best pizza in Chișinău is. Reset that heading bug at the top. I think that one of the things is some of my audio levels did get changed a bit when I updated my NVIDIA drivers. I know it's crazy. It's the video drivers and how did that, but it does tend to change some of these things. Next is Vancouver to Calgary. We blew off a couple of 777 flights. I was going to take the new 777. I don't think Air Canada flew the 200s though. So I've got an old classic Delta livery. I don't think it's an old classic. It's not like the widget livery. It looks like it's one of their special ones or something. And then Santa Rosa to Burbank. Perfect for the CRJ. Perfect for the CRJ. 12,000 feet. And we do have an en route map that works relatively good. A cool old airplane, and I saw one of these just the other day, one of the A300s coming in. It was the FedEx, which was nice. You know, for all, yeah, in the flight sim, all of our airplanes kind of look, you know, about the same and stuff. Thing is, it's kind of a big airplane. It's kind of a big airplane. Liebes Nessie Monster. Liebes Nessie Monster. Did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Isn't it a cool old airplane? It's a great old airplane. I like this. Now, we are going to get, at some point in time, AnyBuilds is working on the Epic navigation update. So that's advanced navigation for these old airplanes that I think they're only installing on UPS right now. But AnyBuilds is going to have that out. I think it's like a $6 upgrade for the airplane to have a little bit better autopilot and navigation. I don't know. I kind of like this cockpit right here. So I'll get it and check it out, but I'll probably stick mostly with this one. And 16,000 feet. So seatbelts can go off. Strobes, beacon, nav are on. All the rest of those lights are off. The APU is off. Ignition is normal. Cabin is pressurizing. Emergency exit lights are on. We've got probe heat and window heat on. Didn't forget any of the fuel pumps, so there we go. It will resemble more of an A320, I think, Wigbill. I think it's more of an A320. Is it going to be a $6 update, Speedbird? Okay. Okay. Did I say it almost like a native German? Really? Liebes Nessie Monster? I thought that you were from. I thought since you were a Nessie Monster, you were from Loch Ness and you were watching. You were on lookout for the Loch Ness monster. So that's what I thought Nessie was. And nothing to worry about there. The oxygen stuff is good. And nothing else really to worry about. The rest of the airplane is pretty good. So about $6 when that finally does come out. Can't wait for it. I think it's going to be a good update. Let's see, nothing to worry about here. And we are in climb mode, so that's good. We are 455 miles from Chișinău. And I did find a freeware airport at Chișinău. So over for Chișinău, so there's a nice freeware. It looks like it's pretty good too. It's at flightsim.to. I found it by just searching LUKK. So you might say I had a little luck finding a freeware airport for our first arrival. We've got Vancouver, and I think we've all got a Calgary airport, so that should look good. I don't think I've got Santa Rosa, and I think maybe Burbank. I don't do a Burbank either, so I don't know. We'll just stick with default there. Eclipse is here. Welcome aboard, Eclipse. T-Bird says, hi, Noodles, my sim is completely frozen on startup screen. Really? Can't even fly. Now, Noodles, you're talking about Microsoft Flight Simulator. You don't fly X-Plane though, right? So that's just it? Eclipse, yeah, I think that you wanted a Calgary flight. I didn't find an Air Canada livery, at least not in the other one, so in PMDG, so I'll just go with that old Delta thing. FS24. There is a lake in South Germany too, and this Nessie monster. So you've got a Nessie monster in Germany? Really? Hey, Widget Warrior, welcome aboard. I think you'll like our widget for the next flight, Widget Warrior. I'm trying to stay away from the TO stuff right now.
Correction, 1959, no 86.
I think that's pretty cool.
No further 80. Maintain advisory, 122.8. Sorry.
Forward to advisory, 122.8. Thanks so much.
Oh, I must have gotten a 122.82.
Boston 195 now.
One.
Thank you very much.
122.8. I don't think that it's bad, but generally sometimes, see, the thing is let's say PMDG goes and updates the airplane. The liveries at PMDG, those are all going to get nicely updated for sure, but not necessarily the ones at flightsim.to, and that might be the one that I want to fly that day. It's like, remember the other 777? We had that really, really nice Delta 100-year-old livery, 100 years of Delta livery. Well, they updated the airplane, but the livery didn't work, and so by going over to the TO and getting a bunch of extra liveries, now I got two things I gotta check. Oh, is that the A350? Well, it was the same story, just because it was, the A350's any builds. So that's kind of a little bit of one of the reasons why that I'm kind of, they're good liveries and all that, but I'm just sticking with the ones that the developers got. Otherwise, I would spend most of my time not live streaming, trying to keep things updated, from the TO. So it's a nice resource, but it gets a little bit daunting, when you're expected to have every airplane and every livery. Hi, Lion Drummer, welcome aboard. The infamous Robert Randazzo released a video yesterday or the day before talking about how if you go to Flight Sim Expo, you might possibly see the results of some of their work.
New recruit detected.
Some of their work.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Some of their work with the new 747 line that they're going to do. Okay. Now, Widget Warrior, Vancouver to Calgary, and then Santa Rosa to Burbank. You don't like RSR? Oh, he's okay. Some of the developers can be just a little bit. He's not. What's the Delta that I'm mentioning? I've got a nice Delta livery for my 777 for our next flight. Air Canada uses the 200 LR, not the 200 ER. So it's sort of like, should I, again, trying to find all of the different liveries for all of the different airplanes. That's 3 different places to check. And I'm starting to run out of time from stuff. I don't know if they gave up on the MAX or not, Free Lethal. I'm not sure. I do have a United livery. I downloaded the Delta livery from PMDG today. No, Polyot's in chat. Okay, so they are doing a MAX for Boeing themselves. Oh, okay. I'm definitely looking forward to iFly coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. That's going to be a fun MAX to have. Okay. Looking good here. Now then, let's see what we have for ATC ahead. Let's see, Widget Warrior, Delta used to have this 772 ER and LR, but they stopped doing that in 2020. And let's refresh the map. Nish says all of those Delta LRs are now with Air India. So we're going to Moldova. And I think we're all coming over here. Didn't know you thought they put them out to pasture. Out to pasture. With all the cows. Because they're doing the one for Boeing, they can't do the entertainment version to prevent anything. Hence the pause delay. Okay. Tim Dog wants a Max 7, but that's not certified yet. So the Max 7 and the 777X, right? Those are the big ones that haven't got the certification yet. I am DHL today. I'm doing a Postman flight today. And how's our climb going? Flight level 270, Mach 0.8, ground speeds 520 knots. Wow, we got a 47 knot tailwind today. We are 394 miles from our destination. All right, did I see over here in Moldova, LIRA is up, but we're going to LUKK, and LUKK does not have any ATC, so we're on our own for that. This will probably be the calmest part of the flight because I expect it'll be full ATC from Vancouver to Calgary, at least out of Vancouver, and Santa Rosa to Burbank is vectors to the vineyard. So be sure and have your vino ready for that. Liebs Nessie Monster, you miss your Majestic. Everybody misses the Majestic. Everybody wants that for sure. Did I see Loviz came into chat? Hi Loviz. Welcome on in. I did try and do an update for the, I did try to do the update on the NVIDIA. So I did the NVIDIA update for the drivers, and then I went to DLSS, and now all of the numbers in my dials looks like I've been drinking again. So I'm probably going to go back to TAA. Not that kind of TAA. The other kind of TAA. Jeez. So I'm going to go back over to the original TAA. I also noticed that after the update, I had the little scenery burps. So anyway, now then, let's see here. Let's see how it looks now. 122.800. Look at that. That looks much better. Now it doesn't look like we've been, having too much wine. The Vineyard event is expecting mostly VFR traffic since the main airports are GA. So I was going to do the CRJ-5 from Santa Rosa to Burbank, also known as beautiful downtown Burbank. Hi Bear, there you go. And Loviz, you changed yours back too? I did notice while I was zipping around with the drone cam that I had scenery hits back. I'm assuming that was because of that. I might be one of the few airliners. Well, maybe we could, I don't know if we have to, we could go into Burbank. We could go out of that. The event, the Vineyards event. Here is the Vineyards event. The A300 is the issue. I've tried the Phoenix and there are no issues. Okay. So it's the A300. Here is the vectors to Vineyards. The wine country in Northern California is one of the most beautiful landscapes this state has to offer. Have fun flying VFR, dodging terrain to see all the valley has to offer. Can't wait to see you. I should stop talking like that, shouldn't I? Captain Sarcastic lives. You can still fly IFR. They can't stop us. That's right. Nothing's going to stop us. And then we've also got another event. And then the other event, the next one is there. So here's our next event. There are regional flights out of STS. And West Coast weekends, we've done this. It's Vancouver. So that's going to be our next one. We're going to go from Vancouver over to Calgary. And I think we've all got a nice Vancouver and a nice Calgary. Loviz says this is the KSTS airport. So this is our departure airport. Let's see what they got. Lots of GA airplanes. Hey, there's a SkyWest that goes down to San Diego. Oh, an E-175 long wing. So they're flying E-Jet. So if I'm going to do, there's a SkyWest E-Jet to Portland. There's an American Airlines A319 going to DFW. Wow. So we can take a big jet out of there and we're groovy. There's even an Atlanta, yeah, that's right, Atlanta A319 to the DFW. That airline, Avelo Airlines, Burbank, Los Angeles, Denver, Phoenix, and SeaTac. And we're looking pretty good there. After, so top of descent is at Carroll. Let's see. Eclipse says that Avelo only operates Boeing airplanes. Okay. So, come on, iFly. Can't wait for the iFly. Although, you know, I'm really guessing we're going to get our 777 freighter first part of next week. Unless, you know, something, you know, unless somebody at PMDG HQ hits the AZ5 button. Polyad says they do not operate the MAX though, so it's the older Boeings. It's a 700 and an 800. Loviz said tomorrow for the 777F. Really? Tomorrow? Tomorrow's flight plan says, let's see. Tomorrow's flight plan says Luxembourg to Copenhagen and Lyon to Ibiza to Constantine. Eclipse, there might be, if we're going to get that, we may need to do a 777F flight. I think all of your great work. Now, I still think we should do Luxembourg to Copenhagen. We should do vectors to Copenhagen. Definitely do that. But after that, we ought to do some cargo flying maybe. If it comes out tomorrow, I hope you won't mind that. But that one might be a fun thing for us to do. Do a cargo into Copenhagen. Actually, you know, Copenhagen has a fairly big cargo ramp. It's over on the far east side of the airport, but they've got a big cargo area there. So we could take our new cargo 777s into vectors to Copenhagen. Does everybody know how to do a hold in a 777? Is there any reason to panic on that? They also do PSP. Memphis to EKCH. Loviz, are you going to do another long haul like that? Loviz has done some real long haul flights into vectors to Copenhagen. So you got to take a look at the VATSIM event. And after the VATSIM event, you then do... after the VATSIM, you know, what you do is look at when the VATSIM event is going to be, and then you have to back off your arrival time so that you can take off with plenty of time to get there. Did I see Astro Singularity in chat? Hi, Astro Singularity. Sorry I missed your hello. Welcome in and happy Sunday. So yeah, I think we could do cargo flying into Copenhagen. Let's see. Lifty Cargo flies the 777 cargo liner. So we could lufty cargo out of München up to Copenhagen or Frankfurt. And then after that, we could do some cargo flying in the U.S. We could do some Memphising or something like that. You know you're going to choose lufty cargo regardless, so no point in posing it as a question. Oh, no. No. Now, if we were talking about an airplane that I could, you know, substitute in an Air Berlin, at that point in time, your assessment of my character is absolutely spot on. I probably would have done that. You know, kind of sad, the grocery stores that I go to, they don't have the Lind chocolates anymore. Very annoying. So, yeah, lufty cargo, yeah, I maybe a little bit. But I'm more likely to choose, you know, to go for, you know, an Air Berlin or a Flybe, you know, those kinds of, you know, classical things that aren't there anymore. Well, not necessarily classic, but you know what I mean. There's a cargo Lux livery. So Eclipse says we could do cargo. Does Air France do cargo? Does Air France have a cargo liner? Okay, after Carol, Air France has 2 777Fs. Really? Really? 2 777Fs. I'm going to guess that they probably don't have really great French cuisine on those. There's a 777F. Well, of course, actually, I never heard what happened to Inga, but you know, Claudia from the Lufthansa Cargo MD-11, those 4 videos on YouTube, Claudia has transferred to 777s now. So, we know about her. I don't know whatever happened to Inga. They do Dublin or Prestwick to De Gaulle, so they do short-haul flights. There are a bunch of 777 choices. Oh, really? So what Lovis is saying, we could go and look at the older airplane from, we could look at the airplane from Flight Sim 2020 and see what they have for the 777. Well, let's look and see. Okay, so the 777F. So this is what we're going to be getting soon. Okay, what are our options? Well, okay, I don't see Air Berlin, so not there. Aviation Ryan, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. No, we're only looking at this to see what our options are for cargo liner. So Aerologic, Air China Cargo, Air France Cargo, so there's Air France Cargo, All Nippon, Atlas, China Cargo, China Southern Cargo, DHL, all sorts of DHL, Emirates Sky Cargo, Ethiopian, there's FedEx, KLM does cargo liners, hey, Lufty Cargo, cool, Maersk, the boat, the shipping line, the boat, they've got airplanes. I didn't know they had them. MSC, Qatar, TNT, Turkish, and Saudi. So we've got Lufty Cargo, and we've got FedEx and DHL. And I don't think that they do, I don't think that UPS does 777s. They do 747s. I think Mount Man was telling me that they don't do, UPS doesn't do those. Eclipse says maybe we should do a KLM flight, Amsterdam, Eindhoven. You had Luxembourg. That was your choice, so maybe that. Okay, Eclipse. So, yep, KLM had a cargo liner too. So we can do all sorts of cargo flying tomorrow. Okay, there's Carol. Top of climb, top of descent, top of descent. Something's a little fishy in there. I must have had a step climb in that. Why are we looking at FS 2020? It doesn't... FS 2000? No. It runs on... Oh, I don't know about Windows. Yeah, it runs on Windows 10. I'm on Windows 10. No, we were only looking at that one because... we were looking at 2020 and 2024. After 10 minutes debating what paint to have on our pixel plane, we are no closer to deciding what paint to have on our pixel plane. No. See, that's called keeping our options open. We're going to keep our options open for tomorrow and see what happens. He did say in the video that they sorted it out and gave it to the testers this weekend to fly. Yeah, it could be that all of this... is going to go to waste and we'll be flying. I'm currently planning on flying from Luxembourg to Copenhagen. It's the A359. But yeah, we'll see what happens. You got to admit though, Polyot, it was a fun 10 minutes though, right? It was a fun 10 minutes of debating paint. The Lyon, Ibiza, Constantine flights can house 777. So we could do that too. No, it was soul destroying. So maybe Lyon to Ibiza. I don't know. Maybe after Ibiza, we'll go and do something in the daylight where there's ATC. The plan, says Loviz, okay, is to have the 777F and update for the 777-2 tomorrow, and perhaps the whiskey later this week or early next week. Oh, that's PMDG's plan, right? Bear is going to get your boathouse order. Your boathouse. Okay. So Loviz says, yeah, that's the plan from PMDG. So maybe tomorrow we get to 777 into Copenhagen. And then maybe we'll do the first flight Lyon to Ibiza, and then we'll find some ATC trouble to get into across the pond. Maybe that'll be a plan. Now we still have not decided what liveries to fly. I may choose to go ahead and jump into to a lofty cargo. We could do all sorts of things. Lyon to De Gaulle instead of Ibiza, Air France then. So that would be the Air France cargo, right? We could do that. On the other hand, Polyot does correctly point out that we did do Charles de Gaulle this week. At least we didn't get lost in the terminal. And somebody came into chat. I had to laugh at that when we were doing the flight. They said typical French. What was it? It was typical French. It looks great on the outside. It's confusing as hell on the inside. I've never been there. I don't know. Loviz was there recently. Noodles, right, that's it. I am done with 24 and trying to get it working. I'm going to reinstall my PC and install FS20 until they... Oh, good luck with that, Noodles. Good luck with that. I understand the frustration. Why is PMDG releasing a 777F? I got the F free when I bought the 77. So if you've got the cargo liner in Flight Sim 2020, you're going to get it free tomorrow. If everything works out and they release it. You're probably lost because you don't have a store called Boathouse. No, okay, no, we don't have a store called Boathouse. Boeing guy says, welcome back to 2020, Noodles. Sim Update 2 is not as stable. Noodles says the sim freezes on loading in and won't move and then locks my PC. That sounds really frustrating. Noodles, before you zap your hard drive and stuff, what do you think about just deleting Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, through the, the Windows menu, and then reinstalling it at that point? It's not that big of a download, not as big as 2020. I don't know, maybe. Up to y'all. But before you zap the whole thing, flight level 70 is what we're going to do for our top of descent. Yeah, we had a step climb in there, I guess. Let's just stay here. Who needs to step climb? We're in chill out mode. Eclipse has already had to do a reinstall as well. It really wasn't that... It's not that awful, size-wise. Okay, what else do I need to do here? I think everything is good. The ETA Speedbird, so it is currently 1414 Zulu. We're about 217, I would say 30 minutes. We're going to Chișinău in Moldova. Chișinău in Moldova. Don't worry, I'm not gonna, dust off any of my moldy old jokes about Moldova. Couldn't resist. Runway 26, ILS 109.9. Uh-oh, yellow cards on the field. Probably deserved them. Inbound, 261 degrees. Minimums are 480 feet. Flaps 15 and 20. GPWS, ground proximity warning system, 15 and 20. Moldova is what happens when you leave the bread on the counter too long. That's why I keep all of my bread in the refrigerator. That's why I keep most of my bread in the refrigerator. Noodles has said, enough is enough. I'm back to Flight Sim 2020. Okay. Noodles, if you figured out, if you've just had enough, there's no reason to, no reason to lament going back to Flight Sim 2020. I was actually able to get mine going last week. I didn't have the best of performance, so I kind of gave up on it for performance reasons. But because 2024 is fine. Yeah, Eclipse, that's, I just keep, I've always kept bread just in the refrigerator, and it seems to, I don't have it going moldy. My sense of humor stays pretty moldy, but my bread isn't. Noodles has been trying to fly since the last update, Sim Update 2, and this is the last straw. And when you've got to the last straw, things really suck. Bread in the fridge actually makes it go stale quicker. Well, so first of all, when we're talking about bread, one of the things that you can get is you can now get a small what's called small slice. And it's not a full loaf of, it's a small loaf of bread, but it's smaller. So it's almost like half of what you would normally get as a loaf of bread here in the US. So that's what I usually get. And usually before the live stream, I'm terribly boring. I make either a roast beef sandwich or I make a turkey and ham sandwich with tomatoes and, Caesar dressing or guacamole if I've made guacamole or something like that. And that's what I do. So I go through it so it doesn't have time to get moldy or stale or anything like that. I'm just one guy. Yeah, so when it comes to my bread, I'm not loafing around here. If I was an airline pilot, Atlas System would nail the pronunciations of Japanese place names since your dad is from Japan. Yep, I think Atlas Systems, you would do that. The only reason that I'm handling them today is thanks to some very nice pronouncers that you sent me yesterday. So Katowice and Chișinău, I've got them right there in my flight notes. So, that's literally, you might say from my old job, I put them right into the prompter. Right into the prompter, and it's right there. Tim Dog misses Flow Pro and Chase Plane. AZ says the pricing is a problem. One of Polyot's friends is from Moldova, and she does not say it like that. What? Chișinău or Moldova? All right, so we decided on the arrival, flight level 70. Well, those were the pronouncers that I got, and it seemed to be okay. And Armit? Uh-oh. Let's see. I'm going to get her to send you a voice note on how we say it. Yeah, Gesundheit. There you go, Carney. Loviz, I'm happy to be running both sims. If you have the space, it provides a lot of options. I imagine if I would go and spend a little bit of time doing a little bit of fine-tuning and stuff like that, mine would finally be okay, but my old 2020. But right now, everything's good here, and I'm patient. I'm good with being patient for a while on the 737s and stuff and the MD-11. And my performance is a little bit better here. Okay, everything looks good. I think I started my descent a little too soon, though. Your 2020 is performing the same as it always did. You're just so used to the performance improvement. Okay, fair point. Absolutely, that's got to be what it is. I did go and get the update over at DCS World. I guess they did some performance on it. I don't think I'm going to subject you to DCS World. I haven't done a thing with it. I haven't learned anything new. So, but there was an update there that I thought was good. Loviz is not ready to cut the cord on 2020. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of thinking about it. Yeah, because of the Just Flight planes. Sim Update 2 broke the F-20. Okay, well, you got to hold on to that. Really? Broke the F-28. I hate it when that happens. I'm going to stop at flight level 240 for a while. I hit the descent. I thought we were in profile mode. Wolfie and Jazz Hands are down for joining a game of Phasmophobia. Wolfie is a seasoned ghost hunter. Oh, really? Liebes Nessie Monster, thank you for coming in. Thank you for having one of the fun names on Twitch. And we'll see you on the latest Nessie hunt. Okay, so I think we're probably all going to play a little bit of Phasmophobia at some point. So I thought I updated my Phasmophobia, but apparently I didn't. I instead updated Metro Exodus and Metro Redup. So I updated Metro instead. So I probably ought to go to Steam and get that. So let's see. Phasmophobia. Okay, I put a note in my teleprompter about that. Yeah, I did that, and I was supposed to. That's when I think I was supposed to go and get Phasmophobia, and I said, "Oh wow, they updated. There was an update on Metro. Maybe it'll play on the right screen." No, of course it won't. Having to have this main screen where you see the simulator is the one that has my, toolbar, just so that some games will work there, is really annoying. I can pay Phas in windowed mode. Cool. Yes, that is pleasing. Well, I was able to play Metro once in windowed mode, and I've never been able to get it working again. So, because, oh well, it's crazy. Carney, that was for Loviz. Noodles is going to 2020 to test out Chase Plane. Everybody's loving Chase Plane over there, Noodles. Amiga Rosa says it's a fun. So yesterday, while we were flying, Polyot was flying Phasmophobia and talking about jump scares and all this other stuff. That it was really, really scary and everything, right? So I've only played it once. It was like a New Year's party game that B-Mint threw back when Minty was live streaming, and I guess it was, I think, maybe it wasn't New Year's, but everybody had a fair amount of adult beverage. So for me, it was sort of like, it wasn't scary, it was silly to me, but maybe I was just, goofy along with everybody else. But it was a great time. Polyot says it's scary when you play as single player. It's funny when you're playing with friends. But I thought that was one of those memorable things from Internet Past. That was such a good time, at least for me. Airplane, I said stop at flight level. Okay, 21, how about flight level 190? Okay, we'll just let you do it that way. Okay, let's come over here and bring the map in a click. I noped out when I heard a child ghost in a kid's room. I've seen enough movies to know you do not mess with child ghost child. No, you don't. Atlas System, scariest thing that Atlas System can handle is derelict firefighters in No Man's Sky. That doesn't sound good. Let's see. Polyot is going to see Final Destination this week. Final Destination. That sounds vaguely unfamiliar to me. That sounds vaguely unfamiliar. It's part 10 Yeah, I think so. Nope, nope, and more nope. Apparently it has more blood and gore than an actual murder. Oh, that was in response to Polyak going to see Final Destination? Atlas system has Sim Caesar tears. Is that what it's called? I have no idea. Polyot is being dragged to the movie. You do realize when it comes to movies that you just don't want to see, you do have rights. To find out more, call 1-800-ASK-A-LAWYER for your rights about going to a theater. Yeah, if you know you're being dragged to a movie and stuff. Especially now that, you know, if you're on record as saying, I don't really want to see lots of blood and guts. FYI, it's frighters, not firefighters. Oh, okay. I don't mind the blood and guts. I don't want to see the roller coaster scene a few months before I go and ride a roller coaster. Okay, well, you know, that makes perfect sense. Some people don't want to see airplane disaster movies before they go and do an airplane trip. I always think the best thing to do is watch Airport before you go and get on an airplane, because it, you know, we always know that Joe Petroni's going to be there to save the day, right? Although perhaps going and seeing Titanic before you take a cruise might not be the best thing to do. Atlas system, welcome to my world. Paulette, I want to get LASIK, but I still don't want to because of the scene in one of the earlier Final Destination movies. Somebody told me that I would have been good for LASIK because really all I am is nearsighted. I just was a little bit too worried that if something goes wrong, it's just me to take care of myself. And I just decided I was never going to risk it. Noodles, I've got my screens sorted for PFD, ND, and ECAMs for your cockpit. They look amazing. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I get to wear Harry Potter glasses around right now, so I kind of like that. Okay, we're in Moldova. We do not need CTAF. So no CTAF needed. Lion Drummer is going to call it a night. The tanning bed death and the log truck deaths. Tanning bed? Okay, those movies passed me completely by. They'd been driving a truck with logs on it around with banners advertising the movie. Okay, yeah, that movie's passed me so far by. Not a clue. How did they kill you in a tanning bed? Piranha movies gave me submachinophobia as a kid. As I broke as a teenager, forced myself to get scuba certified because of that. Well, I mean, for crying out loud, we all felt that way after Jaws. I mean, still to this day, you know, I see a big lake of water or something like that. I'm sure those whatever, you know, those freshwater sharks are going to come get me, right? J.U. Rogers, I'm sure we're going to do something like that. I don't know exactly what or when. We're kind of changing some things around. That's why Noodles does the stand-up tanning. They have stand-up tanning beds. Aren't those the ones that they just spray you with paint or something? Astro Singularity did laser lots of years ago, and you're happy that you did that? I'm too big of a chicken. Oh, those are just things that surround you while you stand. Okay. Okay, we're above flight level 70. Yeah, I never quite understood the people that do spray tanning and stuff like that. Then again, you know, my family history, my family heritage is Scotland, Sweden, and Germany. Scotland, England, Sweden, and Germany. So it's not like, you know, deep tan there, right? It's not like it's all deep tan there. Something about murdering an Oompa Loompa. That doesn't sound good. I did, Rob. We were talking about spray tanning. I never got into it because my skin complexion, because of my family heritage, which is Sweden, Scotland, England, Sweden, and Germany, I think is what my mom said she determined all that to be. The Oompa Loompas were the orange little thingies from Willy Wonka. Almost on time for our descent. Need a little bit of speed brake. That's right. In my airplane, Speedbird, none of the arrival is there. So we're gonna have to point the airplane. Tim Dog is English, Irish, German, and French. I thought there might be a little France in there, but I don't remember my mom saying anything about France. But I seem to remember something about that. I'm not sure. It was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away that I was told about all those things. Something about being a lobster. Well, it's better than being crabby. Winds right now are 210 at 4, so runway 26 is good. Ceiling and visibility wide open. Altimeter is 1012, so 1012. And on the arrival, it's 5,000 feet. And carry on, right, Atlas system? Keep calm and carry on. Or just simply KBO, right? Low-vis had 2020 and 2024 running at the same time. And you got perfect frame rates, right? You got perfect frame rates. Oddly enough, it was really awesome. Awesome frame rates on that one. Okay, after Lucev, we're gonna do turn to a heading about 160. Espresso Kate is in chat, and Kate says, happy Sunday fun day. Absolutely, happy Sunday fun day. Has anybody still got leftover pizza from Pizza Party Friday? Yes. I know there's a discontinuity ahead. You wouldn't even let me set up the Oh wow is here. Welcome on in. Oh wow, happy weekend. Rogers, J.U. Rogers had Costco pizza. That's supposed to be really good. Landing lights. Low Viz's 2020 was a mess for Cross the Pond. Okay, everything's pretty good here. After Lucev, let's turn to a heading of 170. So 170 after Lucev. I'll preset that right now. And see how we do. Good evening, Irvi. Welcome aboard. I thought there was something fishy going on there. And flaps 15 and 0. Flaps 15 and 0. You had 18 small carp. I promise not to be carping on and on about your small fish. Okay, 10 miles, and we got a heading hold and a heading of 170. Oh wow has an emote, and I can't see it. Hang on. There it is. Let's turn on the ILS. Tabosi, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Happy 18th birthday. Oh, 18 years and your country's national birthday. Tabosi, happy birthday then.
Stay sharp.
Atlas can only think now of Magikarp. That fishing thing from Ronco, right? And Alexel, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Thank you for coming by today. Flaps 15 and 15. Oh, Magikarp was a Pokemon. Okay, it wasn't one of those things that you can order. Okay, it was a Pokemon. I thought it was one of those things that you ordered on late night television. 170 degrees. Chișinău traffic, there is a postman, A300. Looks like we are just turning an extended base for runway 26. Chișinău. Tabosi, our next route is going to be Vancouver to Calgary in a 777 and Santa Rosa to Burbank in a CRJ. All on VATSIM. What could possibly go wrong? Down to 3,500, please. 3,500. And that should take us basically to our ILS. We will see if that's what's going to happen today. The clouds have not been anything to look at. Polyot says Goldine is better. Low Viz is going to depart out of Victoria and taking the WestJet Max. So that means you got 2020 working just fine and it should be a good flight. Come on. iFly. I almost said any builds. Come on, iFly. But that is Loviz, the Victoria Airport. That's a cute little airport that we all have. It really is. Reducing my speed just a little bit. Okay, this is not good. Not so good. We need to turn to a heading of 090. 090. Actually, that postman 441 is now doing a extended downwind for runway 26. Chișinău. Okay, that looks really good. 180. We're going down to 3,500. I think that should work. Our airport should be right over there, and I think there's the airport. Okay, well, that's not bad. Something about playing hard to get. Okay, 180. All the lights are good up there. Nothing to worry about there. Not enough people fly with Norse for the Berlin controllers to know the call sign.
No traffic with Amsterdam 10-mile final, ILS 126.
Okay, somebody's on a 10-mile final, so we need to keep an eye over there. And I think they said 26, so there we go. Okay, so 10-mile finals to 26. There's no way I'm going to see him like this. We may need to go to a web browser for our ATC work here. Uh-oh, I've got a JSG droid right ahead of me. We're going to crash right into each other. I think we're going to have to take evasive action. And somebody needs to load the photon torpedo tubes. Actually, though, I shouldn't worry about it because I could fly right through JSG droid. You know, because JSG droid has a cloaking device. Okay, so we'll come in behind Postman 1959 and it'll work. Not showing up on my TCAS though. Very annoying. Well, generally, isn't the thing that you're supposed to do is if it's an obscure call sign or an old call sign, what you can do is put that in your comments, and you just put that in your comments. Call sign is, you know, whatever, Clipper or Postman or something. Okay, let's flip it around now, 180 degrees, and it should work really good. Yeah, if it's not something normal, or if maybe it's a VA, it's what, like, you know, like Walker. Walker is one of the fictional VAs, right? Just like, so, you could put that into remarks, just like if you're new on VATSIM, you put new on VATSIM in your remarks, just to tell the ATC people. So yeah, we could do that. Yep, JBS, Falcon is Chewy's VA, so you could do that too. I will usually, in my remarks, I will put excessive adult beverages in cockpit. That sometimes helps a little bit. Kidding. Every time Irby flies TNT, you have to remark call sign is quality. Yeah, otherwise, Irby, if you don't do that, you could have a real problem. That could, oh, where is it? Gosh darn it, whenever I need it, it's not there. Okay, yes, if you're going to be TNT, you've got to make sure you use the right call sign. Otherwise, there would be a big boom that happens. Not very smart. A lot of the VAs, though, are in the Euroscope database. AH Mike, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in today. Okay, 3,500, 180. VAPS 149. Let's call it 155 to land. 155 to land. Send and maintain 2,500. Heading 180. We go to 261. How about 240 to intercept? There are really nice trees outside. I've noticed that that's getting a little, that's pretty nice. Eclipse, we're going for runway 26. Runway 26. Chris, now traffic, there is another postman zipping around out there. We are about ready to turn finals for runway 26. Chris and Al. Gear can go down. Got it. Landing on 26 cargo is at Charlie 1. So it looks like JSG Droid had to go around. JSG Droid got some going around practice here today. This must be just a localizer. Yeah, it says ILS or localizer, but I don't have glide slope. And the airplane's behaving really funny. Let's go ahead and do our own. Who needs an autopilot, right? We're really good. All nice and fresh for the day. Gear down, 3 green. Speed brakes. Auto brakes. Chris, now traffic, that postman 441 is about, looks like 5-mile finals for runway 26 landing. Chris, now. It's like being on a boat in a storm. A little bucking and broncoing. Something's really off. Look at my localizer. It's way over there, but the runway's right over there. This is really weird. Something might be wrong with the scenery here. Or something could be wrong with your captain. The first step in solving a problem is admitting that you have one. General Moyer, welcome back in. Thank you for coming by today. Exiting to the right. No glide slope at all. We're just doing this, eyeballing this. General Moyer was in the hospital. I hope you're home now and doing better. Keep getting well soon. I didn't know that you were off, but I hope you're doing better and not in need of any more hospital stuff, especially the hospital food. At some place it's really bad. Auto throttle off. That felt good, but you know what? Lately, I'm one of those pilots that basically thinks, you know, it could very well be not butter at all. I think this was the turn I was expecting to take. Chris, now traffic, the first postman, piece 441, is now clear of runway 26. Taxi to parking. Happy landings, Chris now. And landing lights go off. Strobe lights go off. No APU here. And cargo is just straight ahead. So you think maybe I tuned in the wrong ILS? I tuned it in for runway 26. Is the one that I dialed in. Hey, TH Foxtrot, welcome aboard. And there's the cargo area right there. Not a 727. That is the Soviet copy of the 727. That's the old Russian version of that. That's not a real 727. Speedbird it was a slammer for you? Yep, it's a 2 plus 154. Is that the right number? This is a freeway airport I found for Chișinău. Uh-oh. And parking brakes. All of my controls have stopped functioning. No, all of my controls are functioning. I've had a WASM failure. Nothing works. I can look around. But I can't stop. We're going to bump. Okay, there we go. Okay, I can't push. Okay, we can push back a little bit there. We lost JSG Droid. We have lost JSG Droid. I wonder if there wasn't a problem with JSG Droid's plane too. Either that or my jokes aren't funny. Or there might... oh, JSG Droid, you landed. Oh, okay. There's JSG Droid over there. Oh, okay, cool. There's a Wizz Air over there? Yes. Parking brakes. And let's get out of the way here kind of quick. So, parking brakes are on. We're not going to do APU because we're a cargo plane. Chocks, ground power, and disarm the doors. Ground power goes in. There's ground power. And engine number 1 and engine number 2. Stop our squawking. Stand by. So all of those look good. Come on up here. Nav, nav, and nav. And probe heaters and fuel pumps, and we don't have to leave one on because we don't have the APU, so we're saving power. Beacon and signs. Come down here, open main cargo, get some stairs off to the right side. Doors are disarmed. Open up the 1R. And we can come and do a fast unload and then get out of JSG Droid's way. So wait and balance, go back a page, unload cargo. Cargo is unloaded. And now let's go ahead and engage the cloaking device, and that way we're not parked in the middle. I lost all control for a second. I thought it was a WASM crash. I thought it was a WASM crash or something kinky was going on. But something was stopped. It just stopped. And then all of a sudden it kicked back in. Manaphy has 90 minutes to the OTS. Manaphy, would you remind me what is that? That's the test that you're doing for VATSIM, or have I completely forgotten everything? Next flight is Vancouver to Calgary, and JSG Droid will be in just a second. Let's see what's going on in Canada. Okay, CYYC, that's Calgary. Calgary, RNAV Yankee or RNAV Zulu or visual, 17 left or right. So 17 left or right. Okay, and then over here, CYVR. Departure runway is 26 right or left. I love it when they just list them both and not make the call, but okay. JSG Droid had a -104. It was a bit long, but not bad. I suppose I should review my flight. So over here, let's see how we did. We were a little bit before, so I was a little bit early on my touchdown, but I'm still in the zone. And if we come over here, I had a -101. A -101 in Moldova with 1.04 Gs. Well, gee, I'm going to say that's a great landing. We're going to pass in the opposite skies. Espresso Kate, you're going the opposite direction? How about that for a landing rate? I'm going to say that one was really feeling good. Okay, my guess is they're going to put us out. Oh, let's see. What do we got? Here is Flea. They're landing 2-6 over there. I don't know which one to plan for. I'm not. So they're landing on this one. We're coming over here. Maybe they'll put us out on the north side. Maybe the north side. So why don't we plan 2-6 right for departure? And we'll see what we get coming on in. Okay, I'm flying a big one, so the big planes come over here, right? I need a simulator. Here comes the sim. Done there. Let's do a flight plan. Okay, let's come over here. There actually is a playback that I've never really mastered with Microsoft Flight Simulator for recording and checking them out. Plus, we're kind of rushed to get into the next flight, so replaying a landing is a little bit. You really don't have that much time for those two. CYVR. Plus, it's easier to cover up the evidence if you don't have a recording. CYYC. And it's always good to, be able to, cover up the incriminating evidence if you need to. This is a 772 ER. I have a new Delta livery. SimBrief says 2-6 right to, they're actually on the 1-7, so it gave me the left side. I'm going to do a little bit of fuel. And we're going to go to 15 minutes. It's Canada. They're not going to delay us too much. Okay, I'm supposed to open the menu at the top, press record, and then replay. Okay. That's just like one more. Sadly, the numbers don't reflect something. It would be much more satisfying and intrigued personally to watch the landing externally. Not for me. Maybe if I get a little bit better. I mean, if my health plan came with, like, counseling for bad landings and stuff, then maybe we're talking. But, I don't think that would work. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Flight level 410. Wow. Getting kind of high on this flight. Flight plan. I'm able to actually do external views. I've got some of my landings are getting good enough that I can hit the external view at just the right time for landing. Okay, all of that looks good. There's plenty of places to park. Let's see, my flight plan. And I'm putting my flight plan into chat even as we speak. There's a flight plan. Here comes a title. And I'm just rocking and rolling here. Okay, we got that going. Cool. Let's see if we can find this cool new Delta livery that I found. So, come over here. And we need to go. And we're going to get a Boeing 777. There it is. And let's make sure it's configured correctly. Delta had Rolls-Royce engines And there it is. That looks good. Let's save it. That looks good. And save and go back. And let's go to CYVR. No, there we go. Vancouver. Yeah, that's the other thing. My landings really aren't worth replaying that much anyway. Okay, over at Vancouver. Gate 47 Alpha. There we go. Now what do I need to do? Wow, that was quick. That was actually really quick. Agent Eclipse is going to go lurking for a while. Happy landings. Good luck with your ATC training, Eclipse. Watch out for crazy pilots and spies in the skies. That's a cool looking Delta. It's got a full widget on it. Let's go in the cockpit. And then it's a good thing to just be patient here. You're instructing other controllers to watch out for bad pilots. Okay, this looks good. Got all that set. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. And what are we not going to forget today? Air Route Traffic Control Center, Manaphy. Arctic is Air Route Traffic Control Center. And this is a B772 ER and connect. Oh, you're aware of that. You didn't want to know what is ARTCC. You want to know which one. Eclipse is with Indy Center. And there is our cool Delta livery that I found for this airplane. Widget Warrior. So this isn't new. Is this like a vintage thing? Widget Warrior. So is this a vintage livery? It's from 1999. So that means that Martin Landau and Barbara Bain would have been flying this livery when they headed over for Space 1999. Let's request ground power and request a jetway. Noodles, they make it out to be that they don't have enough to try. Oh, okay. I missed that part of the conversation. And one of the things, again, that I really like, a little attention to detail that PMDG did, was that we are using the 2L door, which is what we would do. Captain Bollock, welcome aboard. I forget which one. Oh, which one is this? I think it might be an Innie Builds. I could look real fast. But it's a nice livery. It's got good frame rates, so it's optimized pretty well. I mean, we can have airplanes all over Vancouver, and it still works really good. CJ9, welcome in. Thanks for coming in today. Thanks for coming by. Vancouver. Okay, it's not in my MF, in my add-on linker. So I don't think I could tell you which one it is. I think I got it through the marketplace or something like that. Hey, Not Waffle, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I can't use this, can I? Captain Waffle. We got to go to Boeing on this one. We got a big old Boeing on the ground. Loviz says it's maybe the Asobo. That's probably true. All right, let's go and do an airplane ride. EFB. Yes, airplanes and hats should match. Okay, I need you to look outside. I have to enter in my... so check the weather for me outside Spy HQ. I got to go and put some numbers and stuff in. Hang on. And I've also got to do a hoppy. So hang on. I checked this earlier, I thought. I guess maybe I didn't. Hang on. Where's my hoppy page? Okay, there we go. SimBrief alias. And hoppy. I think alias is the name, not the number. Okay, Hoppy is aboard. Come on back in. I think I'm done doing super secret stuff. Password stuff. Okay, let's see if it'll get stuff from SimBrief now. Hey, look at that. SimBrief FMS transfer has been successful. Yay, that's really good. Okay, because this airplane takes a while to set up, one of the things that I suggest you do is power up now. So we're going to do the battery. And I thought I requested ground power. Here comes ground power. There's ground power. Avail. Avail. And we'll do IFE. Cabin utility so they can make coffee. Let's do emergency exit lights. Windshield heaters, and the Adaroos. Get those things going right off the start. Now what we'll do is we'll go and we'll do our charts. Because it takes a while for this airplane to power up. Loviz likes the little Victoria Airport. You hardly ever go to CYVR anymore. And it's actually a cool little airport. And if you're looking for a nice little payware, one of the things about this one is it's that airport actually has a cool little museum out there too. So that's kind of neat. Okay, that looks good. Airport info. And we need that. SID's going out. Usually, oh, what is it? It's usually the Vancouver 2 departure. I'm going to tack that one in. They may give us one of the others, but we'll see. Arrival. Our arrival today is going to be... It's going to be the IGVEP 7. IGVEP 7. IGVEP 7 for runway 17 left. IGVEP 7 for the 17s. Nope, that's not it. IGVEP 7 for... Okay, we need this one here. At Malt, welcome aboard. Is that there's an update tomorrow for the 772? Yeah, Loviz is saying that maybe we're going to get the freighter tomorrow. We may get the freighter. CJ9 moved to Texas from the UK. I'm going to assume that you're talking maybe like VATSIM? Or did you change countries? 17 left. I'm going to get 17 right in case they put us over on 17 right. And airport. Oh, CJ9 did a real life move. Wow, that's a long way. And we need that and parking spots. And all of that looks good. And now, after we're done with all of that, you can see that it's all ready to go. J.U. Rogers says, welcome. J.U. Rogers is in the DFW. So, CJ9, if you're going to be, CJ9, if you're in Texas now, have you been to Whataburger yet? If you haven't been to Whataburger, it's not official. It's not official yet. You got to go there. I'll also recommend Rudy's too. Rudy's is pretty good. SRQ, it is the, oh, what is it? It's the really nice, I'm trying to get off coffee. Oh, it's the Ember mug. The Ember mug, it's a you know, got a big battery in the bottom and it keeps it warm for like 2 hours and you recharge it. It's really pretty good. Again, a little pricey, but not bad. Not Waffle, thank you for reminding me to get the right hat. Operator Pusky, you've got to go to Buc-ee's. Yeah, you got to go to there too. All right, all this looks good. Let's go to FMC. And navigation data May through June. That's perfect. Position init. We are at CYVR. And I really just need to copy off my route and put it in my notes. Man, I almost hate to update the flight up here because I've got my Katowice and Chișinău pronouncers there, but we probably ought to get rid of those and put that up top. Okay, that looks good. Let's see. How do you calibrate the throttles in the Phoenix? Boeing Boggy, you do that in the McDo. Okay, so CYVR. CYVR. Our gate number is 47A. 47A. Doesn't know that one. How about just 47? It knows 47, so that's fine. Okay, so our GPS position is very close to gate 47. We're going to pop that in there. There we are in Canada. Go get your Timbits. And I'll see you at the Terrence and Phillip concert. Oh my gosh, and I even made a big deal about starting up Volanta, and guess what I forgot to do, Tim J? Oh, the humiliation. Oh, terrible. All right, got Volanta going. Thanks, Tim J. Jendal's gonna do this flight. You got CJ4 got the house an hour ago and unpacked your PC. And Jendal, hey, double messages happen all the time. Okay, let's see here. We're gonna do, I think we need to do CYVR at least up here. And let's see if it'll route request with just one. There, look at that, and it's green, so we can download it. Buzz, so Jendal, you'll connect in Calgary and get back to Ontario for work. So this is something that this is a flight route that you're gonna do regularly. Okay, all of that looks good. So since it loaded, we can just set the payload. Payload is set in the airplane. Set the fuel. Fuel and block fuel should be set. And then select the route. And that always takes a second. Tim J has gotten home, but you're already tired. Tim J, when you're tired, you really ought to call it a day. You know what? Just call it a day and enjoy the night, Tim J. And route uplink is ready. Wind data is groovy too, so load it.
New recruit detected. Welcome
let's
aboard,
see.
Agent. Stay sharp.
Kubitog, I hope I said your name right. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Good to see you. Come on in. Okay, our route is uploading, and we need to go and talk to Vancouver ground in a little bit. Let's see. Vancouver information mic. Information mic. Okay, so all of that looks good. Activate it and execute. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming in today. Okay, that looks good. Let's do ground 121.7. 121.7, and we're going to do a clearance. Information mic. Okay, it looks like we're good there. Are we just setting an audio level here so it don't blow us out? 121.7, that looks good. Turn on the mic. And turn that on too. And we should see if we hear some people. There they are. I hear somebody.
On runway 31, 26 left on 31. Let you go all the way to the end to Delta Yankee 4 FedEx Mark.
FedEx 460 Cubic Ground, hello, welcome. Taxi FedEx ramp via Delta.
Loviz says we're going to have a tailwind. Really?
Via Delta, hold short of Delta.
I think Katie is flying in the opposite direction, so there's a headwind for the Katie flight today. Vancouver ground. Hi there from Delta 441, a 777 at gate 47 Alpha. Information mics aboard requesting clearance to Calgary.
Delta 441, you are clear to Calgary on the Vancouver 2 departure. Flight plan route, departing runway 26 right and squawking 6113.
Delta 441, we are going to depart off runway 26 right and the Vancouver 2 departure. Our squawk is 6113.
Delta 441, readback is correct. Push and start will be your discretion. Call me ready for taxi.
Call for taxi. Delta 441, thanks. I really, really like it when they go and tell us that it's, push and starts on our discretion. That's just awesome. Okay, all of this looks really good. And the flight plan is over here. That should have all of our numbers. So let's do departure and arrival. We know that we're going to get 26 right. It's the YVR2 departure, which is vectors off the runway, and then our first waypoint. Coming in, we're going to roll the dice and call it 17 left. It's IGVEP 7. IGVEP 7 via Amido, Antac, Noret. It's Noret. And execute that. And that should be good. Legs, vectors, all of that looks good. Go to route and performance in it. If you're not afraid of ghosts, loving it already. CJ9, Houston to the airport at Galveston was nice. You're going to go exploring tomorrow. Gonna chill at home with a beverage for the rest of the day. CJ9, I had no idea that you were embarking on such a big adventure. A whole move like that. I do hope that your move turns out to be everything that you're hoping for. And absolutely best of luck to you. Tim J, I'm sorry if you're not afraid of the ghost. Sometimes the messages get up there. Don't forget you can move the tablet. Oh, you mean this tablet up here? Yeah, I can move it all over the place. I just generally leave it here if that's what you were saying. But yes, sometimes the messages have moved on fast. I don't mean to be rude, they just move quickly. Okay, look down here. I think everything's good. So our flight today was going to be at flight level 410, and that's correct. Our cost index is 83, that's correct. Just click zero fuel weight, 365.9. 365.9, that is correct too. Fuel is 35.9, that's in the tanks, and block fuel says 35.9. How about that? Moving it is useful for entering your perf data. I've got my views kind of set so I can go back and forth like this, so that's kind of why I don't move it around as much. Plus, to be honest, I know that if you click the Boeing 777 logo, it'll put it right up there. The thing is, that hand is kind of creepy, so I don't do the I don't do the hand because it's weird. Okay, all of this looks really good. I'm going to accept our numbers. And that looks great. Thrust limitations. Almost time to go. All right, so with that, we're going to get out of here and do the performance tool. I'm afraid of ghost limbs. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just creepy looking, and there's enough that's creepy out there. So I'm kind of right now just avoiding creepy. Altimeter is 3008. Let's do 3008 up here. That being said, you know, we're talking about someday, maybe even as early as next week, playing Phasmophobia together, so I need to write. Yep, chicken for sure. Original Darkwind, absolutely. I plead guilty. -2, selected temperature is 47. -2, 47 degrees is our selected temperature. And takeoff speeds. Flaps 5, it's always flaps 5. Center of gravity is 25.14 to 5.14. And speeds for takeoff, 129, 132, 138. 129, 132, and 138. We put 138 up here in the window. $138 looked good, and we're clear there. Let's go to ground services. I'm going to close my main door now. Let's close the main door. APU is on. I'm going to disconnect ground power. I'm going to arm my doors. Closing, then I can arm the doors. Doors are closed and now armed. Ground power and retract the jetway. I will do trim. I will get my trim going. I don't have my hydraulic pumps on yet, so I can't do the trim quite yet. Okay, that looks good. We need to do parking brakes, and that means toe brakes all the way forward. And all the way forward, and parking brakes are on. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and do those hydraulics right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just do fuel pumps while we're up here. Save a little time. All of these are cool. Chocks removed. Out of there, electronic flight bag. Go to the maps. Go to the pinned. Go to the airport. Airport. Turn it to night because it's cooler. There we are over there. That looks good. So we're going to be coming out here, and we'll probably say that we're ready, holding short of 6 Romeo or Juliet Charlie. Okay, yeah, we got the Chihuahuas barking too. Now then, because I haven't been here for a few days, oh, we did get a squawk code. We should do the squawkage. Squawk's going to come over here. And our squawk, that's getting really annoying. Okay, squawk code is 6113. 6113. Our squawk is now set. Departure heading, it's going to be runway 26 right. And that's going to be 263 degrees. You know what we better do? We better look at the Vancouver to departure and see if we have an initial climb clearance, because they didn't give us one. And when ATC does not give you an initial climb clearance, they're being sneaky, and you really ought to look over here. Initial climb. Oh, it's Canada. They kind of have it hid here. Maintain 7,000. It's in the lower left, so it's in a different place. 7,000 feet is our climb clearance. So 7,000 feet. Flight directors can go on. Flight directors are going on. Passengers are aboard. Doors are closed. Seatbelts can go on too. Seatbelts are going on. Get everybody back in the cabin all nicely settled. We do have our standards, sort of. Okay, so let's see. All of this is good. Let's do checklists. All right, oxygen check. Take a deep breath, exhale. There's your oxygen. Flight instruments, heading, and altimeters are set, and that checklist is done. And this is going to be before start. Flight deck door is closed. Mode control panel is set. Takeoff speeds are set. CD of pre-flight. Trim is not set, and that's going to be 6.5. And we'll set the trim right down here. And that's right here. There's 5.
Reinforcements incoming.
Somebody just did a raid.
More
Hang on a
agents
sec.
joining the spy flight.
There's 6, 1, 2. 6.5. It was Fly Murph gave us a nice raid. Hey, Fly Murph. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by today. And welcome on in. Okay, trim is now set. Taxi and takeoff briefing has been kind of messed up, but that's okay. Beacon is going to go on. Pushback helper to the rescue. And tug. Here comes the tug. Push and starts on our own discretion here. It's like we got an A350 over there. So how about, since we've got airplanes around here, and nobody on the other side, I'm going to kind of push straight back. Try and stay out of everybody's way. Okay, we're ready to go. Checklist is complete. I think it's time to go. Parking brakes off, and out we go. And we've got one of those roadways over there, so we're going to go a little bit to the left so that our wingtip is not on that roadway, and then just go straight back, and that should work. Clear to start 1. Starting 1. That Chihuahua better watch out. We're starting our engines, and that could get sucked into the engine at any second. Okay, that's probably pretty good there. Stop there. Our wingtips are not blocking any of the roadways. So that's good. We're behind the crew lines. And parking brakes. And release the tug. And engine number 1 starts. Biting at Operator Puski's ankles. Yes. There goes our tug. Looks like we got a good start on engine number 1. Starting engine number 2. And all we have to do is turn it on and flip the switch. And the 777 is smart enough to start its own engines once you flip those switches. A nice big jet. And looks like we're getting a good start on that engine. Oil pressure's holding steady. On the Vancouver to departure, it's straight out. 263 is the heading, and that's also the runway heading, so we're good to go there. And we got 2 good starts on our engines, so APU can go off. Flaps 5. Auto brakes to RTO. Checklist after start, before taxi. Anti-ice, I don't think we need that. We'll do recall later. Flight controls are good. Ground gear is good. That checklist is good. Up here, we could do a really fast hit the flight control button and just roll them up and down. Flight controls are good. Stabilizer trim says 6.75, but we're supposed to be at 6.5. And stabilizer trim is 6.5. Good thing we checked that one. Okay, so all of that's good. Let's do engines. Shall we get out of here?
1.7.
Taxi light.
Have a good day, Canada. Fantastic.
And parking brake is off. Let's look off to the right. And add a little power and see if we can't get over to that taxi point.
Vancouver ground, Air Canada 220, radio check.
Air Canada 220, Vancouver ground, readability is 5.
Uh-oh, I know why it was going so fast. I had my thrust reverser levers up. Thrust reverser levers were up. Okay, check of the ATIS. Information, mic is still good. And we are holding short at 6 Romeo. Vancouver ground, hello again. Delta 441 is holding short of 6 Romeo with information, Mike requesting taxi.
Delta 441 heavy, runway 26 right, altimeter is 3008, Mike is current, taxi Juliet, Mike hold short 26 right.
Juliet and Mike holding short of 26 right for Delta 441. Juliet and Mike is the outer. Are we ready? Parking brakes off. And here we go. And we got a nice little Air Canada right over there.
And Vancouver ground, Air Canada 220 with information. Mike on board requesting IFR 2, Calgary, product.
Air Canada 220, Vancouver ground. Hello, you are clear to Calgary on the Vancouver 2 departure. Flight plan ground, departing runway 26 right and squawk 5.
If you're new to this VATSIM thing, to this thing about flight simulators and all that other stuff,
Right, we are
Canada
clear
is
to,
absolutely one of the
Calgary
best places
via
for you to
Vancouver
start
2
flying.
departure, flight plan
Yes,
route,
they have a
runway
couple of
26
busy
right,
events
squawk
every now and then.
5445.
But I will tell you that they've got some really patient controllers, and they work really hard to be like real user friendly. So again, if you're new, can't recommend Canadian ATC enough.
Ground, Delta 1959, heavy request push inside.
Delta 1959 heavy, push inside is approved facing west.
Which is approved facing west. Delta 1959.
So nice to welcome JSG Droid back from 2 weeks of jury duty. Got one more week in a long trial that JSG Droid's working on, and then more flying and fun. So glad you're getting a break today. Jose, you do need things to be a little bit beefy for good, smooth flight sims so that everything looks good. I would recommend really taking a look at whatever Microsoft Flight Simulator says you need, and, go a little bit beyond that is the way to go. Because you're going to want everything to work well. Okay, everything looks good here. This is going to be a VNAV heading hold departure. So that looks really good. Let's do cancel recall and before takeoff checklist. Before takeoff checklist, flaps are set. Before takeoff checklist is complete. It's almost time to go. Rhinoplast is back in chat. Let's see, Rhinoplast is delivering in Calgary on Wednesdays. And good day to you. Rhinoplast, welcome on in. How is delivery going for you? I assume you mean clearance delivery, or are you delivering other things? Wilson volleyballs, Timbits, Terrence and Phillip concerts, trucking. Okay, so real stuff. I hope it's working out really good for you, Rhinoplast. Johnsonville sausage. Sounds like kind of a beefy job. Good evening, Blue Rat. Thanks for coming by today. They did, the designer of this airport did a really nice job of putting in airplanes in places that you would never park, even in a very big VATSIM event, which I think is really smart of them. I mean, putting a couple of them over in certain gates is not a great move. The mountains to the left look good.
Vancouver ground, Delta 1959 heavy.
Those mountains over there, they do look pretty good.
441 heavy, you can contact tower now, 118.7, have a good flight.
118.7 for Delta 441. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
It is and Delta 1959 heavy, runway 26 right, altimeter 3008, and Mike is current. Taxi, Juliet, Mike, hold short 26.
And 128.6 is going to be next for us. 128.6. There we go.
Air Atlantic 914 Vancouver Tower, your number 2 for arrival behind the CRJ, winds 2506 knots, click on it.
Almost done with taxiing. That's one of the things that I'm really, really liking about Microsoft Flight Simulator is how much better a lot of this is. You know, some of the scenery and stuff. It really is quite nice. I had the clouds looking a little bit better than this. They still have that Simpsons cartoonish look.
Vancouver Tower, hello. It's Air Canada 519. I'm on final, established 265.
We're on the right side.
Atlantic 3914, Vancouver 1250 at 6 knots, 6 knots, 6 knots. There's left of 2 left, 0914. 519, number 2, continue approach.
Continue approach.
Okay, before we take off, the PMDG pen. 1, 2, 3. Click the top of the pen. Click them 3 times for luck. Vancouver Tower, hi there from Delta 441, holding short 26 right, fully ready. Do I not know how to tune in tower 118.7?
Atlantic 7914, request runway 31 to the gate.
Not superstitious. Tim Dog, it isn't superstition. It's Flight Sim ASMR. It's the only ASMR that Kilo will let me do on the spy flight, is to click the pens. If I do anything else, she's told me I'll get banned. Vancouver Tower, hello from Delta 441, holding short of runway 26 right, fully ready.
Delta 441 Vancouver Tower, winds 2506 knots, clear for takeoff 26 right, and 1 airborne contact terminal 128.6.
128.6 after takeoff, clear for takeoff, runway 26 right, Delta 441. Little breezy there from our little windsock off the left wingtip.
Air Canada 519 Vancouver Tower, winds 2506 knots, for the land 26 left.
Closure land 26 left, Air Canada 519.
Vancouver Tower, lower Atlantic 7912, established runway 26 left.
Air Atlantic 912 Vancouver Tower, your number 2 to land behind A320 Neo.
Like that? There you go. Elstas, welcome on in. Shall we get going? All right, landing lights. Throttle's up about halfway. Clock. Auto throttle. $80 knots. Rudder pedals. V1. Rotate. Positive climb gear. Vancouver, good evening from Delta 441, just passing 2,500 for 7,000.
Delta 441, Vancouver Terminal, you're identified, climb 16,000, turn left heading 180.
16,000 and 180 is our heading. Left turn for Delta 441.
Person 611, descend 3,000.
180 and 12,000, right? 180 and 12,000. I got them all tangled up in my head here. Vancouver, I got those numbers a little tangled up. Delta 441, was that 12,000 and heading 180?
Sorry, Delta 441, left turn 180, climb 16,000, 16,000.
16,000. Thank you for Delta 441, and heading is 180. Thank you.
Person 611 via save, clear the ILS 26 left.
Clear the ILS 26 left by save for Carson 611.
Person 611, reduce your speed.
Thanks, Rhinoplast. Idris is in chat. Hi, Idris.
Americana 8098.
It's not a long story. It's nothing special about 441. It's a number that's easy for me to remember, because that's one of the numbers that I've been using in flight sim for years and years and years. Since the days of the predecessor to VATSIM, which was SATCO. Because in SATCO's day, all you used was a flight number. You didn't have a pilot ID. You did have a password. That was it. And that was it. And it wasn't easy to change your flight number in that system either. So once you set United 441, you were United 441 until you went into a configuration file that wasn't easy to find. So that's kind of why I stuck with it.
187 for Canada 90, thank you.
Delta 441, turn left heading 080.
Left turn now is 080 for Delta 441.
Arrival, good afternoon.
There we go.
Singapore 48.
Taxi light can go off.
ILS 26 left, up to 3008.
Hey, Wet Paint, welcome aboard. We do have the A350. It's not a bad airplane. It's like, it does have a couple of WASM issues, but they have been relatively sorted out. Relatively sorted out. So, you know, I've enjoyed it.
Vancouver arrival, Air Canada 217 through flight level 270 for 16,000.
There's a pack of 3 flights entering Oceanic, all heading to Kennedy, and Kennedy went offline.
26 left and 3008, 217.
Maybe it's another group of spies. Could be trouble. Man, what is it? Every place we go today, there's clouds everywhere today.
More agents joining the spy
Kev Mike WA. Hey, Kev Mike, thank you for a nice raid. Welcome, Kev. Good to see you. And thank you for bringing your friends on in. We just took off from Vancouver. We're going to Calgary in the 777. And it's the West Coast weekends in Vancouver. 10,000 feet landing lights. 1, 2, 3.
Vancouver Terminal, good day. It's going to be the altimeter 3008, ILS 26 left.
And 10,000 foot cabin call. Caveman Zelda just arrived. Thank you for coming in. I've been enjoying it, Kev. This has worked out really good. R6 Chavez is back in chat. Vex Freeze, welcome back to you. Thank you for coming in today. But I've been enjoying this. Is a solid, you know, PMDG airplane. Works really, really good. Very nice plane.
Arrival, good afternoon.
My guess is it's going to be 133.7 is next. 133.7. Okay, we're all ready for that.
379 Vancouver Terminal, good day. The Vancouver
Flying JBS is westbound this evening. Yeah, westbound is never fun, is it? Kev Raid. Absolutely a nice Kev Raid.
Delta 441, Vancouver is closing. You can monitor the en route frequency 122.8. Have a good flight. See ya.
122.8 for Delta 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Subscriber confirmed.
11,
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Martin just did a resub today. Martin, thank you for being here for 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you for keeping that going. Appreciate the support. Always coming into chat and saying hi. Okay, so let's continue the climb to 14,000 since we're on our own. To 41,000, excuse me. And why don't we get ready to go direct to Drayton? That looks good. I did 123.8. I sure did. Apparently tuning radios is not a good thing for me. Thanks, KWF 1998. I did. Martin did the 3 months at once this time. That saves you actually a little bit of money. Not a gazillion dollars or anything like that. But if you know you're going to subscribe for more than 1 month, or something like that, then doing, in a group of 3 or a group of 6 does save you a little bit. Again, I don't think it's enough to, to get you a pizza, but any bit of savings is good. Qantas just did a sub right now. Hey, Qantas, thank you. And I think
Subscriber confirmed.
just became a
Top
Twitch Prime
granted,
today.
Agent.
Thank you for
Loyalty
your Twitch Prime. I
noted.
know you only get one. Thank you for using it here. I appreciate the support. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on at Spy HQ. Vancouver Center just signed off. Low vis is on Unicom. I know. A little surprised there. Okay, let's get ready to go and do our direct to Daped, I guess. Daped and execute that and VNAV. Okay, we're looking good there, passing 21,000 feet, and everything looks good. Martin is happy. Thank you for the great support, Martin. It has gone totally bonkers, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. There's a lot of bonkers out there, but I try to keep... The only thing that's bonkers in here is my piloting skills and sense of humor. So if I can keep that kind of bonkers in here, at least life is a little bit okay. Okay, so far so good. Progress. We are 385 miles from Calgary. And we've got a nice little econ climb going here. Martin, you like this livery? So Widget Warrior, I thought that this was like a newer livery or something. This was an older from like the 1990s or something like that. So this is one of the Delta, vintage liveries, which is pretty cool that they do these sorts of things. Always like the vintage liveries. So this was something that maybe it's been there all this time, but I saw recently that, and downloaded it so that we could have a few more in here. And our big 777 is just 777ing really well today. We should have a bit of a low vis says we've got kind of got a tailwind. Quartering tailwind. We're at about 470 knots ground speed. Let's see. Let's go seatbelts to armed now. And so seatbelts, no smoking is on, seatbelts are off, and we got a really nice Delta widget in the cabin there. Low vis says, I know Delta doesn't fly these anymore. I thought that, You know, so we're kind of breaking the immersion rule. I didn't want to just take the Battleship Gray, and Air Canada doesn't fly the ERs anymore. So I guess that they're going with A350s and stuff because it's easy. Those have the perfect wingtip for lopping off the rudder of a CRJ. That's one of those things I'm not going to forget. If you're a CRJ pilot, watch out for those Delta A350s. They're looking for you. Loviz says that Delta has a lot of A330s. Oh, really? A lot of A330s, huh? Well, I really did have a good time with the A330 that we were flying on Cross the Pond. It would be so cool if somebody like AnyBuilds or Phoenix, and I think it is an AnyBuilds A330, but it would be really nice if they would just show it a little bit more love, especially with, you know, the McDo and some of the things in there. That would really make it a great airplane for cross the pond, cross the ditch, cross the whatever. And a little bit of European flying as Air Berlin. Nothing to worry about up there. Let's see. Do we have after takeoff checklist? I don't think so. After takeoff checklist. Yes, we do. Landing gear and flaps. Checklist is complete. Let's see. Loviz flew on a Delta A330 from Atlanta to Honolulu. You did. How was the ride in that? I know, Tim Dog. Tim Dog's right. It is a default airplane, so it's not going to be, you know, a really big one. But it'd be nice if they fixed it. So Loviz says that as a passenger on a real-world flight, it was pretty good. Martin was an extra tired this morning. 3 a.m. Uh-oh. So your fiance sent you a picture of sugar in the fridge and milk in the cupboard. You were tired. Tim Dog, I kind of feel like you're right. It is. I thought it was better than the average default airplane, and really enjoyed flying it that day. Now maybe it was just, you know, we were all buzzing around because it was, you know, across the pond, and it was one of my favorite airlines, so maybe that was part of it too. But still. Next is Santa Rosa to Burbank. It's another VATSIM event called Vectors to the Vineyard. We're kind of doing an IFR flight. I'm taking a CRJ. First flight tomorrow is an hour earlier. It's Luxembourg to Copenhagen. We may change our departure airport if the 777 cargo liner comes out, which we think it might come out tomorrow. Tim Dog is going to take the Avilo 737-700. I don't know that much about Avilo. I don't think they do anything here. Nothing to worry about there. And not bad. Well, I think you were saying that they have several flights out of there. I guess they had E175s. I didn't see anybody doing a CRJ, but Until we get the E-Jets working in Flight Sim 2024, that'll work. It's a low-cost carrier based in New Haven, Connecticut, and they fly the 737 NGs. And Wig Bill has had supper tonight. Hey, happy Sunday dinner night. Hope it was tasty. I made meatballs and marinara sauce and cooked it up earlier, and then put it in a food container in the refrigerator for tonight. So the meatballs will be able to sit in the marinara sauce and, I guess, ferment. That's probably not the right word. Marinate, that's the word. For spaghetti tonight. Got some nice shredded Parmesan, so it'll be really good. Homemade lasagna. Ooh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, ferment probably wasn't the exact term, Kev, but, well, it works. Martin wants to see the A310 available as any builds works. It is there. If you've got Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, the A310's right there waiting for you right now. It's not going to be as good as the A300, but it's okay. Yeah, it's been out, so Martin, go grab it. Manaphy Games starts training in 15 minutes. Okay, good luck, Manaphy Games. Oh, in career mode. No idea about career mode. No clue about that one. Almost to top of climb. $313 miles to Calgary. And no idea where the best pizza in Calgary is. That's they should have a pizza app. PMDG should sell a pizza app in here so that you can click a button in the electronic flight bag and you could order pizza. Maybe a DoorDash, I guess. I mean, DoorDash is something that's all around the world, right? So if they put a DoorDash app in there and you could order your DoorDash from the PMDG Universal Flight Tablet. Oh, is it Grubhub? Oh, okay. It would be Grubhub. All right. It is named after the Charles M. Schultz, who drew Snoopy. So it would be a Grubhub thing. I don't do anything like that. I've seen some of the delivery fees and stuff for those, and it's sort of like, I can make my own food, thank you. You know, don't have quite the money for those sorts of things. Tim Dog, there should be a doghouse. They did that in Elite Dangerous. You used to be able to order Domino's pizza in Elite Dangerous. That is awesome. Really? You could do that. The Charles M. Schultz, Sonoma County Airport. Isn't this awesome? That is a truly awesome livery. Logo for the airport. Perfect. I'm not kidding. That's great, Tim Dog. Oh, it doesn't have... Oh, it could be either or. Manaphy Games. I'm just, you know. But yeah, I mean, you know, all these airplanes that have electronic flight bags so that you could order something from your cockpit. Food delivery apps have partnered with Klarna, so now you can pay for the burrito taxi in 4 installments. Oh my God. Well, some of those deliveries, Arthur, I've seen a few of them. It's really expensive. Some of them are like, are you kidding? And that's just the basic fee. Then they're going to want you to put a tip on that too for the driver because they pay their drivers terrible. So, yeah. Lead Dangerous. Oh, yeah, we know a little. I've looked at it a little. I've never played it. Pizza delivery for pilots on the tarmac when they get tired of airplane food. I would imagine so. The best DFB in Microsoft is for the CRJs. It's not bad. It's not a bad one, Vinyl Rabbit. Tim Dog, that's what I've heard. DoorDash ordered via EFB is delivered by catering service. Well, you know, there's sometimes that pilots, you know, when an airplane, you know, is sitting on the ground and there's a big bad storm delay and they've just been sitting on the ground forever. Some pilots and stuff, you know, if it's something nobody planned for, they'll order pizza for the whole airplane while they're sitting for 45 minutes to an hour waiting for a clearance into the airport because of a storm. Some pilots will do that. Manifee's got a lurk here. Okay, Manifee, tell us how your OTS, how your training is going to be. Over the shoulder training. Good luck. Watch out for crazy pilots. The textures are looking good after sim update. I think they're looking pretty good in the planes, yeah. This is not one of the ones that I have a problem with, you know, texture-wise. I probably should change that. Jose King is back in chat. Hi, Jose King. Jose, there is actually a video over on YouTube, sort of a behind the scenes, 757 Spy on YouTube. And there's actually one back there. It's kind of a little bit of a look behind the scenes there. Yeah. So maybe that'll help. So I guess we got a little bit of business class here. The toilets don't work in PMDG airplanes, sadly. Guy traveling in China on a train. Using a tablet on board, he could order food for popular chains at upcoming stations and have them delivered directly to his seat. That's not a bad idea, AZ. I've got to think that probably maybe some of the European trains would do that too, AZ, do you think? Yeah, I hope so. Mine's kind of primitive and stuff, but it works really good for me. So, I know they do work in some of the other airplanes, don't they? And a really nice galley back here. I don't know that there's crew rest here in this airplane. So that's the crew rest area for flight attendants. I don't think that they modeled that here. Let's see. Maybe I'll tell you, when you get back from Belgium, you're going to do a lot of train traveling. I think that, you know, and you know, maybe I have, it's because I haven't done it in a long time. The only thing that I've seen of trains lately, you know, is YouTube videos. And it looks like a nice, calm way to do some traveling. Plus, you get to see a little countryside. You get to see a little bit of the places you're going through. And I think that that would be nice. Now, maybe it's an entirely different experience, you know, in the real thing. Especially if the train's crowded with, you know, cranky people. Tim Dog was doing some traveling, and Tim Dog could actually got your groceries delivered before your departure. Do we do CTAF in Canada? We do. Canada, Mexico, and the Caribbean. Arg, matey. Pilots of the Caribbean do CTAF. 118.4 says Lopez. Thank you. AZ, it looks really nice to me. Now, I'm obviously probably seeing, nice, videos done, and it looks, and I also hear it's a bit expensive, but low vis is already downwind at YVR. Oh, at YYC in Calgary. So low vis says 118.4. 118.4. But yeah, there's an awful lot of, train travel, videos that are over on YouTube, mostly in Europe. And it just looks really nice. If it's going to be a long trip for you, if you can get there's a lot of sleepers. There's a couple of train companies in Europe that have revived an old brand, and it seems to be working good, called Nightjet. And Nightjet is basically overnight service between very, very big capital cities. So basically you show up at the airport 9, 10 o'clock at night, and you get a sleeper and sack out, and in the morning you're in the other capital city. I think that you as you get in there, there's a little card on your bed, and you mark, what it is you want for breakfast. And the company, again, it's got an interesting name. They call it Nightjet. And so they're doing, sleeper service between major European cities. I think you can get off in some points. I don't know if it stops a lot, but that's nice. Tim Dog wants to do a train up the Pacific Coast. They do have one. I think it's called the Pacific Starlight or something like that. It's an Amtrak. And it goes, San Diego to Seattle, I think, right along the coastline. I did one train ride a very, very long time ago. Basically, Western Colorado
Reinforcements incoming.
And San Francisco
More agents
back.
Joining the spy flight.
I think we just got a raid from all the cool kids at Caesar's Palace. Hey. Live from the big room at Caesar's Palace, the one and only Sim Caesar. Hey, Sim Caesar, thank you for coming on in.
Welcome
I hope
aboard,
you've got
Agent.
some pizza
Stay sharp.
in your world. Hey, and there is now a moose on the loose. Mustafa came in. Welcome, Thalo. Monster's here, too. Maker's Dave. Thanks for coming by. Flying Basil is here, too. Come on in. Thanks for coming in from the big room at Caesar's Palace. Tiber Goth is back in chat. Hi, Tiber Goth. AZ wants to do the Rocky Mountaineer, and that's the west coast of Canada. I'll bet that is a really cool trip. I'll bet there's a lot of neat stuff to see. So welcome on in. If you're it's called the Coast Starlight. It's LA to Seattle. Low Vis has taken it to Eugene. It's very relaxing. I would imagine that would be a nice ride to go on to someday. So welcome in, Raiders. We are in the big PMDG Boeing 777. And this one is a really, really nice airplane with a vintage livery. And we're just doing we flew out of Vancouver for West Coast weekends, and we're going to Calgary. Yeah, we got it. This was a retro livery that was in the PMDG list of liveries, so I grabbed this one today. And then we're going to do Santa Rosa to Burbank. Beautiful downtown Burbank in the CRJ. Yeah, it's called the California Zephyr. I did that one too. That's the only one that I ever did. Arthur called it's the Pacific Surfliner. That's the one. Flying Basil, I do like this one. And Flying Basil did Sacramento to Seattle. I don't remember. Let's see. This is PMDG, and right now I'm just sticking with liveries from developers, from their, apps. So, Phoenix or PMDG. So we can come over here and take a look down here and see what we had for Delta. Yeah, they've got a Delta Airlines. There's another historic one too. But there's two older ones. I think it's because Delta is not flying I think, well, yeah, like you said, they're not flying 777s anymore, so they have two. This one is from 2003, and this one's from 2009, it says. So those are the ones. But I've just been sticking with deliveries from the actual developer now, just because, you know, the airplanes are getting so regularly updated, and it's easier for me to kind of keep ahead of that. It's considered historic because you're not flying the plane anymore. I got it. Okay, looks like we are coming up on top of descent. So, over here in the EFB, we've got all of our groovy little charts here. We don't need the SID anymore, but we do need the star. It's the IGVEP 7 arrival. And IGVEP 7. There we go. And on the IGVEP 7, we're coming in via Norit. A couple of altitudes to hit here. And we're coming in on the 17s. So that's going to be 8,000 feet at UVB. So I'm going to go dial in my 8,000 feet right now. And the airplane's going to start the descent when the airplane's ready. Can't wait until Widget Warrior wants the 767 and take the Spirit of Delta. That's the one that they've got over at the museum now, right, Widget Warrior? The Spirit of Delta? Loviz says it is pouring rain in Calgary right now. So be sure when you go and get your Timbits to get a top on it so they don't get soggy. Soggy donut holes are not fun. All right. Let's see. Coming on in, my guess it's gonna be 17 left is what I think we're gonna go for. So 17 left. Our minimums are 3806. So over in the barrel box, 3806. So I'm just holding the and dragging the Barrow dial here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 8. It's 3,806 feet. So over here I'm at 3, 8. So we need to be basically 3, 8, 10. 3, 8, 10. 3, 8, 10. Oh, wrong one. Actually, we can do 3806. You get to put the exact number in there. Cool, we got that in there. Let's see, missed stuff. It's the employees came together in the 80s and bought it for the company. Livery classifications. That would be a nice thing to have someday, too. Acquired in 82, the company's first 767-200, paid for by voluntary contributions from employees. It was Project 767, 3 Delta flight attendants, solid management and strong leadership. You don't hear that an awful lot these days, do you? Okay, all of that looks good for our arrival. If we come over to the main page, since it looks like ATC went to bed, let's go and get this. Yep, they're not online. CYYC? Nope. So, ATIS over here says the altimeter is 2976. 2976. And after you put in these numbers, you really ought to go and verify because they're so small, it's hard to read them. 2976 3806. Okay, we're all set for our arrival. And we're all ready to go. Top of descent's coming on up here. Let's bring in the map a click. You didn't see the runway until you crossed the threshold. Lovis says visibility is not great too. What does it say here? It says the visibility is 12 statute miles, light showers. It's scattered at 2,500, broken at 4,900, and overcast at 8,000. So yeah, low clouds today. No fear here. We're all set for the arrival. And our next flight is a couple of small little airports, Santa Rosa to Burbank, also known as beautiful downtown Burbank, if you watched Laugh-In all those years ago. 23 miles to top of descent. We're 158 miles from Calgary. I'd say auto brakes 2, probably. Auto brakes 2 should work. I think the band called it a brake. What else do we need to do? Init ref, we'll do that in a little bit. Now 16 miles to top of descent. Really? Says 15 miles to top of descent. Okay, I think we got two different things there. Nothing to worry about there. We could be good pilots and see what our next checklist is. Our next checklist is descent checklist, so recall is first. We'll just, let's go hit the button and see if Arnold Schwarzenegger comes up when we do our total recall. Nope, nothing else. Recall is good, no notes, auto brakes are set, landing data, VREF. Full flaps, 127. I'm going to call it 130 because it's easier to remember. Our approach briefing wasn't too bad. And checklist is complete. Is somebody doing a 747-400 Widget Warrior? PMDG is doing the whole line, but yeah, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to actually take some time before it's ready. It'll be a while. Back to VNAV, 3 miles to top of descent. Almost descending. Widget Warrior, they're doing the full line of 747s, I think is their goal. I think it's the goal. PMDG is going to try and do all the 747s. I don't think they're doing the whole Boeing lineup, but that's the plan. So I guess the 100 to the 800 or so. And yeah, they'll even have a 747-100. Oh yeah, the booth at FS Expo. That's right. They think so. You can, if you're going to the expo, you'll be able to see their the work that they've done on the 747-100. Should be kind of interesting to see how far along they've gotten. Descent has started. Descent deviation is not too deviant. Tim Dog wants the 400. Hey, Mustafa took the 200 all the way across the pond, the Fellas one. I mean, those 747s are a handful, especially the older ones, right? Tim Dog also wants the 800, and AZ wants to do the 742. Oh, I love the SIVA system. There's only one there, but there is a live streamer out there There is a live streamer out there that really is a fan of the CYVR system. It was a long time ago, but the person was fighting the whole system. And this is one of those sim pilots that likes to get everything right. And finally, it was just, effing CYVR. You can see the frustration on her face. She'd had enough. Loviz says that RSR likes the 100, so that's why we get it first. Well, there we go. It's the first one, right, Loviz? So that's the one we need. And let's bring in the map. Click 40 miles. But yeah, that CYVR system, I mean, once you know what you're doing and you don't fall behind, it's manageable. It's not much fun. It's not fun. But it is manageable, and the fun part is when you complete the fight, it says, I did it. Yeah, we better start studying stuff right now. No, thanks. We'll study it when it's time. I have other things to study. Atlas system, that's right. You saw the very first 747. It's at the Museum of Flight at Boeing Field. And it's called the City of Everett, right? That airplane has a name, City of Everett. Martel's calling it a night tonight. Martel, thank you for coming by today. Thanks for leaving a couple of likes over on Patreon. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time. Sheep will be kept off the runway till you get back. Airplane's doing really good. Wow, boy, we've just seen all sorts of really great Canadian scenery today, huh? Wow, all these clouds. Loviz likes the old 747 videos and the work they did to plan a flight and manage it. That was an event. Those flights, Loviz, I mean, just, what we do right now by ourselves for a while, and again, we're not doing the whole thing by ourselves, but still, those were quite a production, weren't they? Arthur says it was November 7470 was the City of Everett. Widget Warrior's going to go and check that out too, and get a tour at the Everett assembly line. Mustache says to stretch. Yeah, probably scrunch down in the chair too much. Thank you for reminding me to stretch a little bit here. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good. Now then, let's just do a little of our own ATC to keep things flowing smoothly and see what's going on. These are some of the songs that we had from Oktoberfest and other things. So it's just us. I don't have anybody ahead of me, so we're just going to do the approach. So no reason to worry about that. Okay, this looks good. Almost time for seatbelts. Seatbelts going on. And sure enough, seatbelts are on. How about that? And heading bug to match the course. They also have the 727-100, which was the original prototype. I imagine they also have the 707 prototype, which wasn't called the 707. At the 420 or something, I think. I don't remember. But I think they probably have that one. I think they may have an SR-71 out there. I think they have one of the original twin prop liner, you know, sort of the Boeing answer to the DC-3 that they made. It's smaller than the DC-3 and stuff. 427 or something like that. United had those. It's a cockpit section of a Blackbird. Okay. Oh, wow, you can see the cockpit? That'd be neat. The B-247. I think that was it. Yeah, low vis. It was the Boeing 247. That was a hard airplane to get going and to navigate with. Remember, you used the really, really, really old school navigation, which you're flying along on a beam and you're listening in to the to a tone. And if you're listening to beep, you know, solid tone, you're on the beam. If you if you all of a sudden get off the beam, it goes beep, 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 and that's what you listen to. All while you're flying without on autopilot in the lower atmosphere, so you're getting bounced around and everything. I'm gonna guess that was not fun. Arthur says they also have a NASA 515, which is the 737-100. Yeah, that's right. We did have it. We flew it a few times, but I mean, if you didn't start it just right, you'd set your engine on fire. If you didn't start it just right, if you didn't get the oils and everything just, your engine would burst into flames. What I really liked about that airplane is if you could dial your radios in the airplane, and at certain places you would pick up music from old AM radio stations a long time, that they had, and they had a great old music playlist. I looked all over that airplane's files to say, okay, where are those music files? Because it was actually pretty good, but I never found it. Slant Alpha, probably, yeah, Slant Alpha is really good at those airplanes. Very probably. I know I wasn't good at it at all. It was annoying, and there comes a point with some of them that they're not fun. They need like an intermediate setting so that you can press the intermediate I'm just learning button and then, work your way up. Well modeled for sure. Coming up on 18,000 feet. The DC-6, though, I don't know, it just seemed to be a little bit more forgiving. It seemed to be a bit more forgiving than that one was. I mean, we've been able to take the DC-6 and the C-47s. Now, the DC-6 also had the flight engineer. The automatic flight engineer and stuff to take care of all the details so you could fly that airplane. That was actually nice. I know that's a little bit cheating, but still. Altimeters and cabin call. Let them know 18,000 feet. Time for them to put stuff away for landing. Our descent has been perfect in here. This has been the nice flight. I think the next one's going to be a lot busier, and I'm taking an airplane that has no auto throttle. So no fear at all. PMDG will give us a flight engineer for the 747. Oh, man. There was so much to do because, in the Fella 747-200, you've got to balance your fuel out. You've got the start sequence for that airplane. You're all over the cockpit just to start the engines. The Concorde in P3D had an AI flight engineer? Really? I don't remember having one of those. Oh, P3D. We did the Concorde in X-plane. So, yeah, that didn't work out. That one was kind of hard. Supposed to have some rain today, and it looks like the rain has started here at Spy HQ. Looks like it's going to be soggy today, tomorrow, and the next day. So perfect for sim flying with friends. So soggy days, maybe a thunderstorm or two. Should probably fire up DCS World and see what that update's like. Where do I still have my startup for the FA-18 Hornet? Oh, thank goodness. Ha, right there on the desktop where I left it. That's my startup flow for the Hornet. That's the startup for the Hornet. Okay, so far so good here, 13,000 feet. We're going a touch fast here. How about a little speed break? We're supposed to be at about 280 knots now. Hey, we didn't just have German music, we have Irish music from St. Patrick's Day. Because every day is a party here at the Spy Flight. Got a little speed break out. Okay, nothing to worry about here. Our descent's good. Let's go to init ref. Next checklist, please. Approach checklist. Altimeters are checked and set. And that checklist is done. Widget Warrior, your birthday is March 18th, German Irish, so you get to do Oktoberfest and St. Patrick's Day and have a really great time. Come on, airplane, we're supposed to be slowing down to 250 knots. Yeah, I've got the speed brakes out, airplane, because you're not slowing down like a good airplane. Now it's slowing down. One engine was spooled up. Oh, really? Scythe Maniac, really? Okay, I should have gone over and checked. I just expected my auto throttles to be working. I should check that. Thank you for that. Now our speed's coming down. Good airplane. Flap schedule 255 for flaps 1. Flaps 1. Speed brakes away. Flaps 2 is 235. No, flaps 5. We don't need to be crash diving, airplane. And we have CTAF here, 118.4. And there's my 210. Will they include the NASA 747 with the shuttle on top? I'm guessing, since the 747 appears to be a personal favorite of Robert Randazzo, I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't going to do something like that. Speed brakes are armed. There was an older version where you could fly the space shuttle and ferry it on the 747. Really? Descend and maintain 6,000. Calgary traffic, there is a Delta 777 abeam of the airport setting up for the ILS. Runway 17 left. Calgary. Tim Dog remembers trying to fly the space shuttle. Was that in like Flight Simulator 2006? Man, that seems like forever ago. There's also a really good shuttle in Orbiter. Widget Warrior remembers one in 2004. I'm still trying to get the Crew Dragon up to the ISS. Not going so well. Tim Dog says, yep, there was one of them that had a Concorde. So basically, Loviz says that shuttle, you would stop, so you would have to learn to do the S-turn because it's a glider in the shuttle. So you would have to learn how to do the S-turn to judge your distance from the runway so that you could land. And heading hold. No go-arounds. You see, perfect for me, right? No go-arounds. No go-arounds. I see a little bit of ground out there, but that's about it. Preparing for a soggy landing. How about a little 90-degree turn here? Calgary traffic, that Delta 777 is now turning base for runway 17 left. Calgary. Let it go down to 4. Black Cobra, welcome in. Thank you for coming by today. And a super duper happy Sunday to you. We're just coming into Calgary. Black Cobra, we're doing Santa Rosa to Burbank, California in the CRJ next. Atlas Systems says there's a space shuttle landing simulator at the Museum of Flight next to the shuttle trainer. $180. Flaps 5. That would be fun to go and sit in one of the shuttle simulator seats and see what that's like. VAP again is 127. Let's call it 130 to land. It's not too windy here. And gear. Obviously a good thing to do wheels. Don't want to scratch the paint. Lights are all good. Nope, they're not. Lights going on. Flight attendant, seats for landing. Let's arm the approach. Get a little help from the autopilot. Tim Dog, that would be fun. Well, I'd like to be able to go and, I mean, if all of a sudden I'd be able to go and do like I were able to go and do that, a flight in the 737 sim at the Delta Museum, I'd spend 100,000, I'd spend so much time, you know, learning. You know, that specific airplane, plan a flight, and really try and do a good job on that. Yeah, we're a little bit low. Guess we're gonna have to do it manually.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
Yep, I'm too busy.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
Something went wrong. We all of a sudden got really low. This is not working out. I got lights, I got a runway.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull Sink up. Rate. Flight slow.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Reversers. Yeah, that one should have been in go-around territory for sure. Wow, that was fun. I don't know. All of a sudden, we just got way too low. I'm not sure what button I pressed wrong there. Calgary traffic, that Delta 777 is clear of runway 17 left. Taxi to parking. Happy landings. Calgary. But something got had. The board of directors is not happy. I am sure they're not. I am sure they are very upset. Okay, landing lights. Strobes. It's Timbits time. Yep, see you at the Terrence and Phillip concert. Okay, let's go left at Juliet and we'll find a place to park. JSG Droid is turning downwind. I don't know how I got low, JSG Droid. I didn't get an ice warning or anything, but something was upset. I don't know what it was. I'll be back in 15 with a box of 40. Thanks, AZ. Okay, everything's okay up here. Yeah. APU's coming on up. You need to return to Atlanta for remedial training in the 737-200. Very, very probably, yes. AZ's got a Timmy's really close by. Weather is bleak. BTV is set in the A350. I think you'll probably do a heck of a lot better than I did. Maybe I misread my chart and set my... It could be I misread my chart. But somewhere in there I got way too low. Taxiing with flaps out. Jeez. Loviz said, that's right, the simulator's only $425 an hour, $425 an hour. Cooper's back on YouTube. Hey, Cooper, thanks for coming back in. We have just arrived in Calgary. We've got a California flight next, Santa Rosa to Burbank. That's right. For a full motion sim, I don't think that that's an outrageous price either. I think it's actually a really cool price. That's probably pretty good. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Transponder to standby. APU is running. Engine 1. Engine 2. Good. Fuel pumps. Off. Hydraulics. All off. Seatbelts. Beacon. Come down here. Let's go to ground operations, put chocks in place, request ground power, request a jetway connection, go to door management, disarm the doors, open cargo. Let's see if we've got a jetway coming. I don't know if we got a jetway coming. Let's try the jetway button again. Jetway. I think the passengers are going to have to jump. So we're going to have to use the 1L door. And the passengers are going to have to jump. It's not too far, I guess. You know, it's not too far. If they brought their magic wand, it'll be great. Let's see. Wigbill is going to stick with the PC. Tim Dog says there's a fixed 737 MAX sim in Columbus. It's $350 for 110 minutes. That's actually a whole flight, Tim Dog. $350. You could get a whole 737 spot flight in there. Loviz did a fixed A320 sim at the Airbus plant in Mobile. And my setup is better. My landings were horrible. Okay, we got an airplane over there, and JSG Droid, I hear an airplane, should be coming in. Captain Chris, welcome aboard. Tyler's Games is here too. Tim Dog did 2 flights, Boston to LaGuardia and down to DCA. Oh, really? Down to DC in that sim? JSG Droid is turning base. So here comes JSG Droid doing a much better landing than I did. I guess jetways aren't moving here. Tim Dog, you got to do a river visual in a fixed simulator. That's kind of like really awesome and cool, I think, that you got to do that. The river visual, how did it look in that sim? I mean, it's the river visual, so it had to look kind of good, right? It was day. It was a day after being a passenger on the river visual too, so you were all charged up and ready to go with that, right? There's also one at the Bombardier Museum. So it's a CRJ, AZ, it's a CRJ simulator. No auto throttle, right? No auto throttle. Let's see if I'm still getting some of those scenery burps like I was on the earlier flight. I just landed, Captain Chris. We've got another flight we're going to take off in just a second. We're going to watch JSG Droid land. It's good, but it's not as good as Microsoft Flight Simulator, so it's P3D. Well, that's what it's supposed to be, right? That's what P3D is supposed to be good for. Although I would kind of think, you know, that visually it needs to look really good in these simulators too for these pilots. So, you know, I wonder if they're going to consider upgrading their sims to something like that. All right, over here, let's come on in and see. So there is JSG Droid making the turn. Okay, keep an eye out there. I'm going to go and see what it says about our airports that we're going to. All right, we're going to go to Burbank, but we're departing out of KSTS. So KSTS right now is departing on landing and departing runway 32 at STS. Now the next airport, we're going to beautiful downtown Burbank. Beautiful downtown Burbank. Visual approach is arriving and departing runway 8 and 15. We're going to be a jet. I'm going to guess we're going to get runway 15 maybe. I'm going to guess 15. I'm going to plan for 15, but I'm going to put 8 in just so that I'm ready for it. Okay, so we're all good and ready to go. It's not a long one, but it's not a short one either. So we're coming all the way up here. There's STS right there, and there's Burbank. So we're actually going to go over San Francisco. Okay, so we're good to go. We know what the runways are going to be. Okay, I think we need to keep an eye out for JSG Droid. I don't see landing lights yet. JSG Droid is on a 4-mile final right now in the A350. Tim Dog is already connected as VXP 538. Okay, so we know our runways. I've got everything else cleared out and ready to go. VXP is Avilo Airlines. I'm probably not saying it right. Was that a light? No, I don't think that was a landing light. If you kind of go back and forth, it's sometimes easy to spot these airplanes in the day. Arthur is bouncing. Have a great one, Arthur. Thank you for coming back in. See you next time. I hear an airplane. There we go. Got him. Coming in. Did you notice there's landing gear on JSG Droid's airplane? It had landing gear. Usually it doesn't show the landing gear. Well, I gotta say that was a much better landing than mine. Way to go, JSG Droid. And JSG Droid's out of practice too. It's been like a whole week. Real life beckons. Arthur, it's never fun when real life beckons, is it? All right. Well, getting my the final high speed. and a soggy day in Calgary. Well, we made it, and 3 cheers for the Inibuilds A350 and the PMDG 777. Just such a cool airplane for sure. JSG droids coming into the gate, and we're gonna say thank you to the PMDG 777 and go and get a CRJ for this. So let's go and get a flight plan done, and we should be all ready to go. Looks like there's full ATC. It doesn't look like it's jammed though. Title game, 6th flight, flying in a multiplayer flight with Flight Simulator Fantasy Halifax from Quebec in the Airbus A320neo. How's it going, Tyler? Hope it's a fun flight for you. You've got 6 people flying with you today? Drumma has pizza. Definitely need a world with more pizza. So let's come on in here to STS. Looks like airplanes are over here on the right side of the field. Okay, let's do a new flight here. Passenger terminal is just by Tim Dog. Got it, Tim Dog, thank you. Okay, we're going KSTS, KBUR, KBUR. This is going to be a CRJ 550. And there we go. It's going to be kind of a bigger day, so let's go and get just a little bit more fuel. I'm going to do my usual 15. We should be good. Okay, departing on runway 13. SimBrief put me over on runway 8. I'm going to assume that maybe SimBrief knows more than I do, so we're going to plan runway 8. And let's generate a plan and start sim. Here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. This is one of those airplanes that I think it's better to go and get a PDF flight plan. Snag a PDF flight plan for this. Oh, I gotta close the old one first. Gotta close the old one first. There we go. Go pre-file on VATSIM. So flight level 370. That's not bad. I'm gonna go 35. That just feels a touch high. Okay, doing the redhead departure into the rocker arrival. Filed. Okay. Let's see here. Hang on a sec. Control C and Control V, and that should be the title. And I did have a PDF address for you, so you can get the whole flight plan, all the groovy little numbers. Control C, Control V. Okay, flight plan is in as well. So you can go and get all the numbers that I've got on this route. Okay, so that's good. We're going to need to put Volanta up there and get Volanta ready to go. And find a place to park, and that should be good. Activating packages. And I think all I've got for these airports is just default scenery, so that should be good enough. I see Delta Flight 3550 also on the ground. And there's loading sim objects, so we got past that one. Don't think we can use a Boeing hat for a CRJ flight. There might be a conflict. And that should be good there. I've noticed that the flight movie stuff, you know how when it's loading, the flight movies are all jittery and stuff, the background loading movie, they've smoothed out a little bit since Sim Update 3, so maybe that's kind of a good news kind of a thing. I don't know. Okay, we need parking brakes. I use reversers in my CRJ. Reversers are good. Loading world data. Hey, good. We're up to 85. That means it's almost time. Captain Chris, have you ever thought about touring between various states, for example, Brazil? Flights between airports, the next day Asia. We could, you know, the idea of doing some tours and stuff like that is it would be fun. We're a little bit kind of chasing around after VATSIM events right now. So it's tough to do those sorts of things, but if we decide we're going to, you know, take a break for 2 or 3 weeks and then do some touring, that might be a good thing to do. And I think this airplane's all set. Yeah, we're all set. Now we're going to go to KSTS. And the terminal is somewhere over here. I'm going to guess it's these guys over along here. All right, so I'm going to guess that maybe this gate might be open. Let's try that one. The one at the far end, because it looks like Delta 3550 is in the middle. So we'll see if we got it right. Doesn't look exactly like a terminal. There should be there's a parking lot over there, I guess. Tim Dog says it is open. Thanks, Tim Dog. Loviz is going to chill the rest of the day. See you tomorrow for Vectors to Copenhagen. That's right. If Loviz, if we do get our new freighter, doing some sort of freight operations on it, planning on that for sure. The reason that we're also doing so much VATSIM right now is we've got people who want to fly in Flight Sim 2024 and in Flight Sim 2020 and in X-Plane. And really, something like VATSIM is about the only place where we can all fly together. So that's kind of the little bit of the reasoning behind why we're always on VATSIM. So nobody feels, you know, left out. All right, and it's a CRJ7 550 configuration. So that should get us on VATSIM right there. There's a Cessna over there. And there's a Delta there. Oh, look at this. Tim J, you're showing up as an Avilo airliner. So the model matching works for your airline. Pretty cool, seeing as I've never really heard of it before. Let's get in the cockpit and do airplane stuff. But before we do, it's time to hit Volanta and do that. All right, Volanta's going. Whew. Hopefully one day Asobo will make it easier to use multiplayer. Well, yeah, between the different sims and stuff, that would be a nice thing to do. All right, starting it up. Click the center of the iPad Airplane. Put chocks in place. Ground power. Open the doors. No jetway. And our cargo doors are open. And we're ready to go here. Import OPF. Bear sees the Avilo too, so they got the model matching down on that, don't they? Set payload and fuel. It's not setting it. Set payload and fuel doesn't seem to be an option. Let's check the numbers. So passengers should be 50. We're at 45. Zero fuel weight should be 24.5. I'm at 24.8, so I guess that's right. What's fuel supposed to be? Block fuel is 3.62. That's not right. Fuel's supposed to be 3.62. I'm going to redo these numbers. So 50 on passengers. Full load of passengers. I usually set this to 0. And cargo is 13. And then put our fuel to block, and that should fix it all. 3.3620. There we go. 25.2. That's correct. Okay, we're good. Oh, you want to see it? Oh, okay, Bear. I'm sorry. I didn't read it right. So we're over here. We have a Delta, we got an American, and we have that Avilo over there. So that's where it is. I'm sorry, I mixed up your sentence, Bear. Wow, lots of jet traffic here, huh? J.U. Rogers, you napped for an hour to my voice in the background. I'm glad I put you to sleep. Glad I put you to sleep on that. That's really good. Okay, set the payload. And let's see. We'll turn the music down because we've got nice sounds for the plane. I hope it was a good nap, J.U. Rogers. And ground power. Nav lights on. Hydraulic 3A system on. No smoking on. Emergency armed. Windshield heaters on. And recirculating fans on. Overhead backlighting up to about half. I don't think the airport is large enough for PDCs. Yeah, they probably wish they did PDCs right now with us. Mustache reminds me to hydrate. Thanks, Mustache. I definitely need to. The voice is getting rocky. Thanks. Better than the YouTube fireplace video. All right. The YouTube fireplace videos. I only see those around Christmas time, though. I usually see those around the Christmas holidays and stuff. They, the holiday music and the fireplace. Position, navigation data is updated. Good. Okay, position. We are at KSTS. KSTS. Charts. KSTS. Enter. KBUR. KBUR. Alternate is Ontario. Okay. We've got one of the Deltas pushing back right now. Pepito is back in chat. Hey, Pepito. Welcome on in. Happy Sunday. Hope you had a good weekend. J.U. Rogers has... Oh, you have the fireplace videos on? I've got a couple of the background music videos that I like. I've also got a few playlists and stuff. There was this sailing one that I liked. Okay, bet we need the airport. We're not going to have ground. So here we all are at the terminal. Okay, are we doing a departure? Yeah, we are. The Redhead departure. The Redhead departure. Okay. Let's see if that's in here. Redhead 1. So Redhead 1. Hadley, flight level 200. So off the runway, out to Redhead. Do we have a initial climb clearance? Top altitude is flight level 230. So let's just put this in right now so we don't forget. 23,000 feet. Flight level 15, 16, 17. Okay, and I'm going to put this also in here for when we do our clearance. Just because. And then we requested flight level 350. Okay, got that in there, so we're 100% ready for that. Coming into beautiful downtown Burbank. Space Lab says spy hat. We got to go with the original spy hat on this one because we don't have a CRJ hat. Thanks, Space Lab. Okay. And let's come on over here. So we're coming in and we're doing the Roker arrival. So the Roker arrival is there. And we're coming in via Red Hot. So Red Hot takes us to Roker. And it's going to be down to Mike and E Hunt. That's for Mike is runway 8. So approaches, we need the ILS. What do we want? Zulu or Yankee? Okay, the Zulu brings us in via Fillmore and Tokes and Mikey. Those are both the same. Those are both the same. What does this put us out at here? This puts us out at Mikey, so it's either one. Either one is good. Let's just roll the dice and grab the Zulu. Now they're also using runway 15. So just go
Subscriber
over here.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Oh, it's going to be a visual. It's
Loyalty
4 stacks
noted.
visual. Okay, get the 4 stacks visual just in case they're going to get us. And then there's Burbank and Gates. Okay, we're good to go. Andy just did a sub, and Andy did a resub for 3 months today. Andy, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate the extra support. Thanks for helping me keep all the lights on here. Again, thank you so much for all the help. And welcome on in. Thanks for being here for 3 months. We are at gate 4. We are at gate 04 at the terminal. All right, STS ground. STS has an ATIS. Information hotel. Ground is 121.9. 121.900. That looks good. I didn't finish all this. So positioning it. We decided we're at gate 4. Not in the database, probably. That's okay.
Delta 3550, contact tower, 118.5.
FMS.
Have a safe flight to St. Louis Obispo.
118.5, Delta 3550, thanks.
KSTS. KBUR. Our alternate is Ontario. I'm surprised I'm remembering all of this. And flight number is good. Let's do a clearance. Information Hotel. Charles Schultz, ground. Hello there from United 441. We are a CRJ at Gate 4 with Information Hotel, requesting clearance to beautiful downtown Burbank.
Aircraft call center at the ground for clearance to Burbank. Say again, call sign only?
Call sign only is United 441.
441, center at the ground, hello. Clear to Burbank, correct. 1 departure Hadley transitioned and has filed. Find the acidics have maintained 8000. Departure frequency Oakland Center, 125.85, squawk 7454.
United 441, we are clear to Burbank via the Redhead 1 departure Hadley transition, then is filed. Climate maintained flight level 80, and departure is 125.850. Squawk is 7454 for United 441.
United 441, read back correct. Information Hotel is current. Let me know when you have it. Call for push.
United 441, Information Hotel is aboard. We'll give you a call in about 5-10 minutes for push. Widget Warrior, we are United Express today.
Charles Schultz ground, American 19.
There's JSG Droid.
Hotel requesting IFAR.
Tim Dog's over there in the Avilo.
American 1959 center of the ground.
All right.
Clear to Burbank.
Let's turn this off and let's put in the rest of this. So our first waypoint is Hadley, Hadly. Hadly, Hadley. After Hadley, we are direct to Katina, K-T-I-N-A. K-T-I-N-A, Katina. After Katina, it's Cisco, C-I-S-K-O. C-I-S-K-O. After Cisco, we are direct to Red Hot, R-D-H-O-T. R-D-H-O-T. And that's it. Flight plan's in. Cool. Next, we'll do departure and arrival. We are expecting runway 32 for departure. It's the Redhead departure, Hadley transition, execute. Departure and arrival. Coming in, we are expecting the ILS. Zulu is, I think, the chart I got. Yankees at the top. You know what we could do? We could rabbit hole for just 30 seconds here. Let's see if they're actually telling us what they want us to do. Sometimes they do that. Sometimes they spill the beans and blow their cover. Let's see what they say. Here in beautiful downtown Burbank, vectors to visual approach, arrival and departing runway 8 and 15. Land and hold short, turbojets, blah, blah, blah. Runway 15 available, blah, blah, blah. 150, read black, blah, blah, blah. NOTAMs, blah, blah, blah. They're not telling us what. ILS runway 8. They're both virtually the same. So I chose the Zulu in charts. Let's just grab that. It's the rocker arrival. And on the rocker arrival, we're going to pick it up at Red Hot. There's Red Hot and Mikey. And execute that. Blah, I know I'm really, really bad about that, especially when I'm reading an ATIS I'm really, I'm not trying to troll or anything like that. I'm just trying to read through it to get through my rabbit hole as quick as I can. Okay, flight plan. Everything's good. Let's go into our performance cruise for today. Gave us 370, the flight plan, but we filed for flight level 350. If we have to go back to Ontario, we're going to go at 15,000 feet. So let's pop that in. Come on up here. Let's do open the flap. Come over here. Go to performance. Copy performance data into the FMS. Set the bugs for takeoff. Come to the aircraft, and we're going to close up our cargo doors. Cargo doors closing up. Tim Dog's pushing back. Drumma is taxiing, so that was Drumma probably over there. You were in the C700 over there, Drumma. That's you going by. Okay, this is all looking good. I neglected to do these guys. That's okay. Okay, all of our data looks really good in here. Execute that. Page 2. On the flight plan, page 1, our cruise winds are 338 at 73. 338 at 73 knots. Yeah, it's going to be windy. ISA deviation, temperature deviation is 6 degrees. And execute that. And page 3, it is currently 2342. Let's call it 2355 for our estimated time of departure. Execute that. VNAV, 18,000 feet. Flight level 350, 18,000 feet. Those look good. Go to performance, and we can get a flex temperature for our takeoff. Performance, lower right, flex temperatures down here. It's 48 degrees. So we're saving all sorts of fuel. Go to the MFD menu, put VNAV advisory data. Just forward of the wing is a forward cargo hold. The aft is under the engine. Yes. So there's this one here. I usually don't put anything in this one. I figure that's for skis and stuff, I'm guessing, long things. So I just put everything in here. And I don't carry that much cargo. Okay, all that looks good. Go to progress. And that's good. Okay, squawk code. We were giving a squawk code 7454 7454. There's our ATC. Now then, we were only cleared to 8,000 feet, so I need to dial my altimeter, my altitude back there. Loaded those a lot. Used to call them DCI for Delta Connection. Widget Warriors, so you loaded this airplane. Am I right? Is that center cargo hold, usually for things like skis and stuff? And they put everything mostly in the back? All right. Over to the pin board. We are expecting runway 32 for departure. That's 321 is our heading for departure. 321. There we go. After departure on the redhead, so it's going to be an immediate turn to Enmol. Okay, that sounds pretty good. All right, let's see. Is the alignment going on good? Altitude, do not move the airplane. Index, position init. Set position, next page. Those look good. IRS time to nav 2.4. Let's make sure that I got that right. Widget Warrior, the forward is for last bags. Carry-on bags that had to be gate checked. That's right. People that tried to bring really big bags down there. So that would be it. And very big. Yeah, the overhead bins are not the biggest in these airplanes. So that's what you would put the last minute bags there. And the IRSs are indeed aligning. You can see the numbers are decreasing. So the IRSs are IRSing. Okay, over here, altimeter is 3000. We need to hit the hectopascals, change it to inches of mercury, 3000. And we're going to put 300 in the backup altimeter too. Bear says, did you know when it comes to United Express, they have special plane clothes? That's right. I really should be using GoJet. You're right, Bear. Here's the thing, as it gets towards the end of the day, my brain starts to fry a little bit, and it's just so much easier if I would just call it United. So yeah, I should use GoJet and use that for this airplane, but I'm being a big baby because my brains are getting old. Widget Warrior, you'd have a belt loader at the top of the jetway so that people could put stuff on there. Well, it's nice that you used a belt loader instead of just having somebody up on the top throw it onto the ground. I don't usually put breakables in stuff that I would check or something like that. I'm one of those people that travels really, really, really light. Not just a little light, really, really light. So, but I do always check a bag so I can put my coat in there and everything else. Okay, let's start up the APU. Starting up the APU. Hey, the American is pushed. The Avilo is getting ready to taxi. There goes the Avilo, I think. Oh, the customers drop it at the end of the ramp. Oh, okay. And we have another successful departure. All right, and now we got the IRSs are set. So that looks good. I think it's time to close the door. Aircraft, close the main door. There goes the main door closed. Main door is closed. APU is up and available. We'll turn off AC up there and disconnect the ground power cart. Closed, closed, closed. Make sure the parking brakes are on. Parking brakes are on. Chocks can be disconnected. So that looks good too. And then I usually will get off of this one because I don't want to hit one of those aircraft status buttons, because that would cause a problem. Eastery, I actually really like this airplane. I like this airplane. It's fun, mostly because it doesn't have an auto throttle. So you've got a little more work to do in this airplane. So obviously I have a strange sense of fun. That being said, it is not my favorite airplane to be a passenger in. Don't want to be a passenger in this thing at all. Okay, everything looks good here. Hydraulics all going on. Hydraulics are on. Seatbelts can go on too. Let's get pushback helper and get back on frequency and get ready to go. Here comes our tug. It's going to be another invisible tug. There goes JSG Droid. Tim Dog departed just a second ago in the Avilo. So we saw it from the opposite end. Okay, let's go and start squawking. So transponder is on, squawking mode Charlie. Charles Schultz ground. Hello again from United 441. Stand 3. Information Mike remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
United 441, Center Rosa ground. Did you mean information hotel? You said information Mike.
Information Hotel. That was the last one from United 441.
United 441, pushback your discretion. Call for taxi.
Call for taxi, United 441. Shall we go? All right. Beacon's going on. Beacon is on. Cabin call. Let them know we're going to start rolling the airplane about. And parking brakes. Off. And out we go. That's right. It is named after the Peanuts.
November 239.
Tim Dog says this is not a very long runway.
Contact tower. This is standby action. November 239 Bravo Lima. I instructed you to taxi to the south run-up. You seem to be holding short of the runway. Would you mind making a tight left turn into the run-up unless you're ready to go?
We're ready to go, but yeah, no, that's my apologies. Not probably.
November 9
Parking
Bravo
brakes
Lima,
on.
Roger. Contact tower 118.5.
Release the tug. And we're done. Come on up here. Fuel pumps going on. Fuel pumps are going on. Left engine start. Hold it down till the light comes on.
Tower 118.5 for emergency. Thanks so much.
And N2 is going on. 118.5 is our next frequency. And 20%. Tyra Goth has got to call it a night. Real Tyra Goth, thank you for coming in tonight. I hope all is good with you. Thank you for being here. Hope it was a good weekend too. Hold tight if the runway ends before the departure. Well, you know, Tim Dog said it's kind of a short runway. Kind of a short runway, so there you go. Actually, let's do departure. Departure is 125.85. 125.850. We'll put that in recall and then put the tower down here. 118.5. There we go. How about starting another engine? Starting engine number 2. Light goes on. The Burbank runways are not long either. Yeah, my guess is we're going to need brakes and reversers, and we'll probably have to have the first officer rub a little bit of super glue on the wheels. Wig bill on the A306 is a throttle just like the A320. It's pretty much like that. I don't run mine up to Toga. I just run mine up to the CL detent on my TCA Airbus throttles. So throttles go up to the climb detent, right? Then what I do is there is the screw in the lower right hand corner. That is the screw that I push for setting climb takeoff thrust, and the auto throttles take it from there. And that's how I do that in the A300. Tim Dog, arrestor cables, that might work too. That would be good too. Do they have aircraft carrier nets there in Burbank? Okay, yaw dampers. Stabilizer trim. Mock trim. And all that looks good. Performance, last thing we need is takeoff trim setting is 7.3. So 7.3 is here. That's good. Flaps. 8. APU, we're done. Air conditioning goes on. Probe heaters go on. I think it's almost time to go. First time that Tim Dog's flying us that Avilo. How's the new call sign working out for you?
Last aircraft calling. Say again, call sign?
8097 Hotel.
Okay, we're on Zulu. South on Zulu.
November 8097 Hotel. The ground hello. You have filed a flight plan that is incomplete. You're looking for an IFR route to Napa, correct?
Yes, sir. 907 Hotel.
907 Hotel. Are you familiar with SimBrief?
Are you familiar with SimBrief?
sir.
Never a good question.
I can
Let's
give you a route,
do
but it's
flight
gonna be-
control checks while we're
It's
waiting.
going to be harder for me to give you a ride over the frequency. Would you mind trying find the
Rudder,
flight plan through SimBrief?
ailerons, elevators. Cool.
Roger that. Can we request VFR for flight planning?
Okay, we're all set.
If you want to fly VFR, sure. I will need your aircraft type again. If you want flight following, and if you do, what your
Ruh-roh on
plan
the. I
cruise
know.
altitude is.
Guess who just passed their S1 over the shoulder? 3 cheers for Manaphy Games tonight. Manaphy just did a VATSIM test and passed. So major congrats. Way to go, Manaphy Games. Those are never very easy,
November
but
8,
3
0907
cheers.
Roger, squawk
Good job.
7041, call for taxi.
So was it as hard as you would have thought it would have been?
Squawk 70.
Was it as hard as you thought, Manaphy, or was it easier? I know. Are you familiar with SimBrief? Charles Schultz ground. Hello again from United 441. Pushed and started from stand 4 requesting taxi.
Yeah, 441 Center is a ground runway 32, taxi via Zulu Alpha.
Going to runway 32 via Zulu and Alpha, United 441. Taxi light. Shall we go? It's right there. So it's like lower right hand corner by it's by the auto throttle button. You see, there's a button you push in there for auto throttle. That's the one that you want. Wig Bill. It was just like another session, but a little more stress. The testing guy is doing paperwork, and Manaphy will officially be an S1. So I tell you what, Manaphy, what are you planning to do your first time on as a controller? When are you going to do your first time? Which one? So we can come in. We'll be on our best behavior. You know, we'll fly correctly. We'll fly casual. Most of us will have pants on, so don't worry about that. We'll be good. Okay, I think we're all ready to go.
November 3 Whiskey Papa, you said destination is Concord, correct?
So there's a bigger
And
button
November 3 Whiskey Papa, can you
down.
accept 3,000
It's the button
actually, no,
that's the
3,000 is
furthest
the upper limit,
to the
right?
left
Just
on the
your altitude.
autopilot.
Okay, squawk
It's the screw that's next to the
544.
button that's on the
Let me know when you're
furthest to the
ready,
left
taxi.
in the
Information
autopilot.
to Tolker.
And it's not very big, Wigbill. It's not very big at all, so you kind of have to move around that screw a little bit. It's really hard at night, by the way. Really hard at night.
November 80907 Hotel, information hotel is current. Have you picked it up?
Information hotel. Let's do that.
As in, you have it, or you're going to pick it up?
I have it. 907 Hotel.
Okay, if you say so. November 907 Hotel, taxi to the south run.
Okay, if you say so.
Zulu Alpha.
I don't want to laugh at people who are new. I really don't.
South area. Yeah,
But we had a couple of good ones today, didn't we? Had a couple of good ones today.
Ground 3 Whiskey Papa, request taxi.
November 3 Whiskey Papa, Roger. You can follow the Boeing 737 taxiing on your 2 o'clock to runway 32. Actually, correction, taxi to the south around the Bay Area, Zulu Alpha.
I think that might need to be on that bingo card. It wouldn't be fun if everybody was a pro.
United 441, contact tower 118, correction, 118.5.
118.5 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good Sunday. Parking brakes. Charles Schultz Tower, hello there. United 441 is holding short of runway 32, fully ready.
United 441 Santa Rosa Tower, runway 32, clear for takeoff to wind 35013, gust 18.
Runway 32, clear for takeoff, United 441. Shall we go? Bear's making late dinner. What's for dinner tonight, Bear? I'm going to make it a nav departure. Bear's making hamburgers tonight. Drumma had thin crust pizza. And lights. Shall we go? Throttles up. Flex is set. V1. Rotate. Positive climb gear. Need to get back in the cockpit because we got to make a turn.
United 441, contact locale departure 125.850.
125.85 for United 441, thanks. NorCal, good evening. United 441 is passing 1,500 for 8.
United 441, Oakland Center radar contact 1 mile north of Santa Rosa. Climb maintain level 230.
Flight level 230 for United 441. This airplane gets super duper busy.
Yeah, last aircraft call in Oakland Center. Stay again, the call sign.
Twin Duke, November 561, Bravo.
Duke 561 Juliet Bravo, squawk 7060.
Squawk 7060.
Yeah, technically Widget Warrior's right. I should be doing SkyWest.
561 Juliet Bravo radar contact 5 miles south of Napa. Just verify your destination.
Concord, sir.
Slats going up.
Roger.
Kicking our speed up just a little bit.
American 1959, contact Oakland Center 123.8.
Oakland Center 123.8, American 1959.
Flaps up. And climb power is set.
Number 9, Bravo Lima, radio service terminated. Squawk VFR, contact Napa Tower.
Directive. Let's make our turn to Bayern.
Number 561 Juliet, Bravo, contact Travis approach 119.9er.
Go to Nav. Nav's got us. 10,000 feet. Lights going off. 10,000 foot cabin call. 10,000 foot cabin call is good. And speed up to 270 now. 270 in the climb. Airplane is a little bit crazy right now. Not handling the turn well. Not doing the turn very good. It was a real tight departure. So we'll get headed in the right direction, and then we'll do a direct to, and that should fix it. And it will be a happy airplane, we hope. Okay, everything's good up here. Nothing to turn off. That looks great. Everything's good there. Let's see. Flaps are up. We didn't turn on the reversers. Speed brakes are down. So Bay Run, not maybe Bayern. So direct to Bay Run. Let's try it. Direct eye.
Is about 5 miles
Bay Run.
south of Napa, on my VFR route
Execute.
to Shark 77.
And Nav.
Shark 77,
Nav should be working now. So we're good to go there.
Santa Rosa altimeter 299.
There is LNAV Eastery.
Santa Rosa,
VNAV, it's more of an advisory kind of a thing. So there's no auto throttle. So you got to do your own throttle on this one. So that's what makes this airplane so much more of a challenge. It's a fun challenge for sure. Got to be above 11,000 feet. We're good. Heading select. Keep that straight up. And we get to cruise a little bit. I should have done
441 climb maintain fall 350.
flight level 350 for United 441. I should have done a direct to Eastery. I was being lazy. It's so much better if I don't. But if I do, but like I said, I was being lazy. And altimeter. Standard and standard. Altimeters are checked and set. 18,000 feet. Cabin call, let the flight attendants get up. And there we go. And here we come out here on course. So direct over to Hadley. Our climb's going relatively good. We are 330 miles out from Burbank. Should be about a 47-minute flight.
United 441, contact Oakland Center 123.8.
123.8 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Present 518 Oakland Center, good evening. We'll get you higher in a bit. We just have some conflicting traffic. Yes, it was. We'll get you higher in just a bit, probably about 5-10 minutes.
Oakland Center, good afternoon from United 441, passing flight level 220 for flight level 350.
November 9er Golf Uniform, proceed direct Burgle.
Direct Burgle.
I blocked somebody. I hate it when I do that.
Alright, who called in?
United 441, sorry about that. Flight level 220 for flight level 350.
United 441, Oakland Center, good evening.
Heading bug straight up, not so bad. And a nice opportunity at this point to then come to the back of the plane. Set yourself up like that and just enjoy the departure, you know, and the view.
Number 720.
Manifee is going to start your first controlling session soon at KJAX. Are you going to do that today? I may not make it today, but next time you're going to do that, Manifee, and you're going to be starting on ground and delivery, right? $25,000 feet, seatbelts.
Friday.
And so no smoking is on, seatbelts are off, and a nice cabin.
2416, descend via the Diamond 5 arrival, except maintain Mach 0.80.
Let's go ahead and I'm going to pick my speed up another 10 knots, which is really good for when we shift over to Mach speed.
Level 538, contact LA Center 126.52. We'll see you.
12652, level 538.
That's our next one. $126.525. There we go. Imagine if you went into prohibited airspace and you were flanked by fighter jets. We would never do that unless we had the official JSG droid cloaking device, because spies never get caught flying into prohibited airspace. We're good at remaining anonymous. They'll never spot us, Widget Warrior. We'll never be spotted. And not so bad. And pretty much that should be it at Hadley. So we're done with the departure charts. Let's keep them clean. And go. And just kind of use that map for a while. Now, once we get to cruise, we got to keep our hands on the throttle.
46, if I missed it, are you back?
We should overfly Area 51. We've done that a few times in this simulator, and it was a while ago, but we also did that once, a couple times, using some scenery from DCS World. DCS World has an Area 51. $30,000 feet. And then this is about the time that I'm going to go ahead and have the airplane go over to just hold Mach 0.74 at 30,000 feet for the rest of our climb.
Climb 18, level 350.
Okay, if we're going to do the ILS Zulu, we've got that loaded in. Minimums are 1,075 feet. Ooh, I didn't set the arrival altitude. 778.
Number 9, go. So, sorry, are you going to be on the east side or the west side?
It'll be the east side.
Alright, Bravo 80, runway, or correction, taxi to the ramp.
Okay, it's going to be, I was
Cross
counting
runway
there,
35
778. Let's see if I counted right. That is 860, not even close. So down 10.
09 Golf uniform, contact LA Center 126.52.
778. I am at 760. I think 780 is the closest.
We'll see you.
That's the awkward thing. Okay, we got our landing elevation. Good, we got that set. Good evening, Jay Duberty. Hey, Jay Duberty, welcome aboard. We are flying down to Burbank in Central California, and we are flying a CRJ 700. Yeah, every now and then here in Microsoft Flight Simulator, we'll also take the Janet 737. Fact is, as soon as really, as soon as PMDG is available in Flight Sim 2024, that'd be a great way to welcome the NGs to the new sim. Is Area 51. George is here. Welcome aboard, and it's time to get ready to control our own throttles here. So we're coming up on flight level 350. It usually flashes at you a few times to remind you, hey, CRJ pilot, you got to run your own throttles now. And then after that, so when we get to the altitude cap at this point, you're free to go and change your speed bug. And I'm going to move my speed bug up to Mach 0.81. The airplane is now going to settle into our final cruise altitude, but our speed's going to increase. And we'll just let it increase to Mach 0.81 and then pull the throttles back ever so slightly, and it should work.
Delta Left 52, contact LA Center 126.52. Good day.
Okay, there's flight level 350. Speed is definitely coming up. You can see the little pink line on top of the white arrow. That means we're accelerating. So with us accelerating like this, I'm going to pull us out of climb power now. I just move my throttles back a bit so that I can control them here so that we can stop right at Mach 0.81. Oh boy, this microphone's kind of an old one. I'm trying to remember. SRQ Aviation. Toner. I forget. But it's definitely, good to have a, once, after you've been live streaming a while, get a decent condenser mic or something. Your USB microphone on a headset is just fine if you're starting out, though, SRQ. Okay, speed's still coming up. So it's really kind of small here to see. So there's still a little pink line right on top of that. So we're still accelerating. Captain Chris, thank you. That's exactly what it is. Thank you, Captain Chris, very much. Okay, so here we are. Now we're right in at Mach 0.81, so I'm going to pull my throttle back just a bit and forward just a touch, because now we're going to decelerate, and now we pretty much got it. Now what's going to happen is it's going to accelerate a little and decelerate a little. I just want to see if it's going to disappear here in a second, and it doesn't go too far outside of the bug zone there. Yeah, it looks like it is. There it is. Okay, so our speed's set. All set. Flash Duck. Welcome aboard, Flash Duck. We have had plenty of wisecracks today. Okay, and we are at cruise. Up here, seatbelts are off. No smoking is on. Lights are set. Progress page says we are 242 miles away from Burbank. About 33 minutes of flying if it's a little late for you and you wonder how much longer we're going to be going here. And the computer's also given us a top of descent. In 14 minutes, or 130 miles, we'll start our descent. So pretty smart airplane. So we set our landing elevation. We did not set minimums. Minimums are 1,075 feet. 1,075 feet. So you just got to hold it. It's a small little number by the altitude above the artificial horizon. There's 1,100. So now 2, 3, 4, 5, 1,000. I think 1,070. What is it? An 8? 75. How about 80? So we'll round it a little bit there. And now technically, we're pretty much set to land here. And you might be thinking, holy moly, you're already set up to land. You've still got all this time to go. But because we're in a VATSIM event, by presetting all this stuff right now, we're ready. So if they change our frequencies 20 times, we can handle all those changes. And particularly in this airplane, where pretty much the real pilots, when they're flying it, they keep their hands on the throttle. That's what they do with this bird. And they're constantly making minor adjustments and stuff. Not a lot, but, you know, this keeps you busy. So for a commuter, this is an awful lot of fun. I don't recommend it for a whole day of flying. And the thing is, as you look here, you kind of come back here like this. Looks like it's a nice, spacious cockpit, but it really isn't. It's really, really not that big. I watched a normal sized pilot, normal sized guy, squeeze himself into that seat, the captain's seat, and it was sort of like, this is not, it's not comfortable to get in and out of those seats. JBS, when you saw Vectors to Vineyards, you thought Martha's Vineyard? They do have a little airstrip out there, don't they, JBS? They've got a runway. We ought to go there sometime. Right off of Boston. Fact is, I would imagine they may even have something. They may actually have something regular there. The IC Cows, Martha's Vineyard, is KMVY. Manifee says it's KMVY. There's going to be a Boston event there soon. Ooh, that might be fun for us to go and do. So for scenery, there is a Martha's Vineyard scenery available at Orbix.
Welcome
and
aboard,
Flight Sim.
Agent. Stay sharp.
Edbar just did a follow. Hey, thanks for the thank you for the follow, Edbar. Welcome aboard. JBS says it's big enough to handle 757s. They took the C-32 instead of the VC. So they took the executive jet back then? Okay. So let's see. Let's go and see what it's like for the Martha's Vineyard event. We'll use FS add-on compare. A great place to find sceneries and stuff. KMVY. KMVY. Martha's Vineyard. Okay, so if you want it, the best price for Martha's Vineyard is going to be $17 at Orbix. Or the marketplace. Nope. You can best price is in the marketplace right now. We're not taking the 747 there.
Crosby 127, Oakland Center. Good evening. You good with the ILS runway 30 approach?
Those are some nice screenshots.
Yeah, we can do the ILS 30.
Here is a link if you want to see those.
Crossy 127, you can expect the
I'm not
30
buying a
area.
ton of airports and stuff these days, just because, as we've kind of been a little upfront here, there's so much financial chaos going on. I think it's important we all try and save just a little bit. I'm not trying to punish, you know, people that draw airports and stuff. We all just need to be kind of smart, not buy every new airport out there. But that might be nice for a VATSIM event if we decide to go there.
5 Papa Tango, descend and maintain.
Heading select. 79 miles away, 8 minutes for top of descent. So we're going to come in on the Roker arrival. So if they clear us to the Roker, that is going to be 7,000 feet at Mikey. So 7,000 feet at Mikey. Yeah, JBS, I'm trying to also, you know, for our flight plans at the beginning of the day, I'm trying to go out and find freewares that we can use. And again, if you know, when sanity returns to the world, then one of the things is we'll definitely start looking at all the new airports, and we'll still get new stuff. I just want to encourage a little bit of having a little money just standing by, because it's crazy right now and we all need that. Silent Banshee, welcome aboard, Silent Banshee. Thanks for coming in. It's actually a fun little airplane. Uh-oh, hang on.
United 441, contact LA Center 126.52. Good day.
126.52 for United 441. Thank you so much. Have a great week.
You too.
LA. It can get expensive. Yeah, if it's on sale, that's good too. But Silent Banshee, so this airport is a good time. Tim Dog's getting runway 8 at Mikey. That's the short runway, right, Tim Dog? Oh my gosh, I'm glad I'm in the CRJ. LA, good evening. United 441 is at flight level 350. We are heading to Cisco, about 25 miles north.
United 441, LA Center, hello, welcome.
So Tim Dog's got a bigger airplane than mine. Runway 8, that's the short runway. That's our short runway here. 5,000 feet, that's not bad. The other runway's not much longer. It's 6,000 feet, almost 7. But it does put us right out here at the terminal area, which is nice. Okay, so we're going to come in at Red Hot. Five minutes to top of descent. Pepito just heard you on frequency at LA. Watch out for United 2487. No problems. We'll be good. Loviz says it's a nice day for the 4 stacks visual. Oh, it always is. I don't know if I want to do that in the CRJ right now. Cooper landed at LaGuardia. It's very windy, but you had a decent landing. Cooper, I hope it was a fun flight today. Did you have good ATC? Were you on VATSIM? Loviz is talking about the 4 stacks visual. So our choice is the ILS coming into the shorter runway or the 4 stacks, which then, we come over at Fillmore. We go past Oat Mountain. There's the San Gabriels. And then there are the 4 stacks, which I never see on my turn to final. And you have to be really, really careful because there's Van Nuys Airport and there's Burbank. You don't want to get in the way. I know, I just have to ask for it. Make all the chicken sounds you want, Loviz. It's getting later in the week, so that's me.
Niner Golf Uniform, contact SoCal code 16105 CM.
Over SoCal 12805 CM, Golf Uniform.
Okay, KBUR ATIS. Information Sierra is aboard. Okay, we're all good to go there. Low vis is good. Low vis is good. For the 4 stacks?
Niner Golf Uniforms, contact SoCal approach 128.05, yeah.
It is a nice approach. I think it's, see, the thing is the thing about challenging approaches, you want that for your first or maybe your second flight of the day. I'm really getting to the point where the third flight of the day, for me, it's sort of like, I'm going to let the autopilot do the work. I'm going to try and get us on the ground and not have pixels scattered all over the runway.
441, descend with a Rocker 3 arrival on the Burbank altimeter 2991.
2991 on the altimeter will descend on the rocker arrival, United 441. 8,000 feet. Low vis is not flying. That means that Buster's saying, why are we flying? Buster's the co-pilot. Cooper, I understand, you know, being tired on that too. I mean, one of the things is, you know, some people, you know, get a little bit snippy with pilots and stuff like that, saying, gee, why do you all have to be so, you know, why do you need to, you know, so much rest and stuff? I've really become appreciative of pilots needing rest, because I do 3 flights a day, sometimes 4. And holy moly, by the end of the day, I'm getting a little bit. So. 123.05 for United 441. Thanks.
128.05.
128.05. Big difference. Thank you for United 441. Have a good week.
You too.
Hello, Center.
DMK, I hope I said hi. Welcome on in. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing good. Remember, tomorrow we're doing vectors to Copenhagen. Very probably getting our new 777 cargo plane tomorrow. So right now we're departing out of Luxembourg to Copenhagen. I'm thinking about maybe München in a cargo plane or something like that. But vectors to Copenhagen, we depart an hour early. An hour early for vectors. SoCal, good evening from United 441. About to start our descent on the rocker arrival with Information Sierra.
Yeah, 441, search center. Actually, you have 441, you're still center. Contact on 126.52.
126.52 for United 441.
Tower 3437, set of 18, 2600.
Tower 3437, 200, 600.
Tower 391, contact LA Tower 120.95.
SoCal, hello there from United 441, descending on the rocker arrival with Information Sierra.
Roger.
JSG Droid, the last center should not have handed you off. Oh, really? DMK ordered some Lind chocolates tomorrow. Oh, you've got to fly an Air Berlin flight with some of those aboard.
Down to 310, and then the Hollywood one arrival for Southwest 327.
JSG Droid said we shouldn't have been handed off.
40 miles from Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I just wanted to get rid of us, you know.
United 89 LA Center, hello, welcome. Guy with 3498 LA Center, hello, welcome. Try and maintain flight level 320.
Cooper, this is going to be our final flight for today. We're going to start to wrap it up as we get on in here to into Burbank. But our next flight tomorrow, like I said, someplace into Copenhagen starting at 1800 Zulu. A little earlier than usual for us so that we can do the Vectors event. In the 777, Bet there'll be a lot of 777s on that flight.
4112.
4112, 602 Papa Tango.
FedEx 57, contact SoCal approach 128.05.
2805,
Tim Dog is turning final to a short runway. Okay, 280 knots at Purple. Our descent's going pretty good. We're a little, not too fast. We're still good at Purple. We were supposed to be at 290, so we're good to go there.
Okay, with 3300 second.
Hey, just let you know, I just realized the course of correction was not correct. We are direct lane, if that's okay. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, you're going straight into restricted. Hopefully the fighters won't scramble towards you. Let me get you a good land.
Hopefully the fighters won't scramble toward you. Uh-oh.
Yeah, direct land does be better than if we plan deep in Oakland.
Hopefully the fighters aren't scrambling. J-Dubs working remote this week, so you can fly with us this week. J-Dubs, glad you're able to do a little bit of remote work like that. I think that that's a really nice thing to be able to do. And you get to do a little bit of flying, work on your own schedule, so that's great.
2979. Let me check the ATIS.
So right now, if the 777 cargo liner does indeed pop into VATSIM 2024 tomorrow, I'll probably lifty cargo out of München for Copenhagen, and then we'll probably take a one flight break from it. Or something, I'm not sure. There's also a flight in Europe that we're going to do. And then we'll go over to Memphis or to, Ontario or something with the 777 cargo liner.
Copy that. Thanks for the info.
No problem.
Now that that's coming out.
2487 SoCal 128.05.
So our descent is spot on. My speed is about 10 knots, about 5 knots too fast. So 280 at Purple, we're right where we're supposed to be. After 280, we got 27 at U2. So not so bad. And then, so we need to hold this speed, but again, you got to do it manually. So hands on the throttle.
12805 approach for American
United 1179.
12805 is next.
FedEx 1450, yup.
It's kind of hard to see that pink line there, so now we're a touch fast. And so far, so good. Secret with this airplane, though, is definitely planning ahead. So, get yourself, as soon as you can figure out what your runways are and stuff so that you can stay. Because again, you've got to keep your eye on your speed. And you can see now I'm already up to 290, so technically I'm a little too fast right now. Got to pull those throttles back.
Via the Child 3 Arrival and 926 left transition, Vegas altimeter 2979.
Then via the Child 3 Arrival, 26 left transition, we have information offered on the 20.
And FedEx 1450 LA Center Hello, climb maintain flow 340.
So slowly getting back there. Descending a little bit too fast, so I'm going to go and reduce my rate of descent. Generally what I'm doing is using the throttle and vertical speed to maintain my position with this.
United 441, contact SoCal approach 128.05.
128.05 for United 441, thanks.
See it, China Southern 99.
SoCal approach, United 237, Angel 40.
Okay, next speed is 270.
Yeah, 24.
And our speed's going down, so we're doing pretty good there at U2. Not so bad.
Take it to 487. 2487 at Circus, cleared ILS runway 25 left.
At Circus, cleared for ILS 25 left, United 287.
SoCal, hello there from United 441, direct to U2 on the rocker arrival with information Sierra.
At 441 SoCal approach hello, Burbank altimeter 291. Expect that. RNAV, Mikey approach at Mikey.
RNAV to runway 8 and 2991 on the altimeter for United 441.
Delta 16, airport, 8 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 8 miles forward site.
2981, 2991.
November 737 Golf Call.
2991.
25,000, runway heading.
2991. Altimeters are checked and set. He said the RNAV. I'm going to use my ILS. It should be just fine.
11,000, number 737.
Next speed is 250 knots at rocker. So 250 knots there. And reduce our throttles. Now they're down at idle. So we might need speed brakes to get to 250 by rocker. There's rocker. We're slowing it down. I think we might be okay on this.
Bracket 2862, contact LA Center 12652.
Yep, we're slowing it down. We should be there in 10 miles. So all is right with the world. Descending a little bit too fast here. So maybe another click on vertical speed. You just kind of do a little bit of a speed and descent dance yourself with this. And that becomes a little bit of fun.
Left 180, November.
Yes, I have a strange sense of fun. But our cute little CRJ is flying along just fine here.
Up to 1, runway 929, clear for the option.
Just going really good.
Delta 16, airport, turn right heading 310, get your field site.
Right 310,
and we're doing pretty good. We're pretty close. We're about 260. Let's reduce our rate of descent just a bit. We're getting low. That should help reduce our speed even more. Yep, there's 250.
Yeah, 441, Mikey cleared RNAV from 8.
At Mikey, cleared for the RNAV, runway 8, United 441. Too bad Mikey Maz is in here for our clear to Mikey. Okay, there's 250 right there. That looks good. Add a little bit of throttle. We don't want to go too slow because there's airplanes behind us. And here we are at rocker. Tim Dog made it with a minus 270. How is your runway there, Tim Dog? Short runway, right? Maddie G, welcome back to you, Maddie. Thank you for coming in. Happy Sunday. Hope it was a great weekend.
American 1127.
Okay, at Mikey. There are no other speed restrictions. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and bug 210 now. Because we're already done with that. Let's go to performance. Set bugs for landing. VREF is 132.
Turn left heading 050 now.
So let's call it 135. 135 to land. Heading back up there. Sean Jenkins is in chat on YouTube. Hey, Sean, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. And just a little bit more of a dance there. So, okay, so after Mikey, 7,000 feet, but on the ILS at Mikey, is that what we got here? 7,000 at Mikey? 7,000's the mandatory. After that, it's going to be 3,000 at Buddy. So we can handle that, and that looks good. I think it's time for seatbelts. Passenger signs going on. And passengers are coming in. Sean, thanks for the sub over on YouTube. I've just kind of started moving over on YouTube, so thank you for being there. And how about a little more of a slowdown there? 10,000 feet landing lights. Lights are on. Cabin call, 10,000 feet for the flight attendants. Everything else is good. We're a touch fast here.
Roger.
I'm going to throw some speed brakes out just a second. The little slats on the wings. You can see them out there. And down the go. I'm trying to get us down below 230 knots so I can do flaps 1. Continue down to, I'm going to let it go to 3,000 now because we're cleared for that RNAV. And it's probably going to beep at me, but it'll slow us down. Flaps 1.
Delta 19 Whiskey, contact LA Center 126.5.
We're going to call it flaps. Oh, let's do flaps 30. Flaps 20, 132, 135.
Foxtrot, Mike, loud and clear.
SoCal approach, southwest 327.
And flaps going out. We need to arm the thrust reversers. Thrust reversers are armed, ready to go.
Okay, please listen. I said somebody to go ahead. 28 Foxtrot, go ahead.
Uh-oh, we gotta listen, huh? Let's go and reduce our rate of descent now to about 1,500 would probably be good about now. So you the pilots that are flying these airplanes, they definitely stay busy. Redo heading hold, straight up.
Golf uniform, contact LA Tower 120.
We're actually in a really good spot right now. It's not usually this nice. Okay, Burbank Tower. Do we have Burbank? LAX, PSP, and SAN. Nope, we're staying with this guy. No tower. Oh, look at that. Clouds. Can't see a thing. Love our instruments here. There's 210 knots. Looking good. I'm going to go ahead and reduce this now to 180 for this turn. There's 180. And let the speed still roll down just a little bit. Reduce our rate of descent.
Runway clear to land. American 1959.
FedEx 57, contact limit tower 18.3.
I think JSG Droid just got it cleared to land. Free Lethal, you survived Boston as a beginner. Holy hell, that was a lot. Free Lethal, was it jammed in Boston tonight? What did you fly in there? Which airplane did you choose for your first Boston beginner flight?
16, Roger. Where are you parking?
Okay, looking pretty good here. Let's go heading hold. Heading hold is now on. We're going to go and switch over to the ILS now. Localizer is now set. I've got localizer. I do not have glide slope. We're looking good though. Let's reduce our rate of descent a bit more.
American 11.
Flaps 8. Now we're going to need a little bit of thrust here. We don't want to get too slow. This airplane does not like slow at certain times. Flaps 20. Slats are all the way out. And throttle's up now. Looking good. I'm going to arm approach. Approach is armed.
70 Papa Roger.
Glide slope and localizer are there. Throttle's up. Arrivals, 20 arrivals, and Free Lethal did the iFly Max. You know what? That's not a bad choice. I think that was a good choice there, Free Lethal. Last flaps. $180. Now make sure we stay there. 180 is there. Okay. What do we say for... I forget. Performance. VAP. 132. How about 135? 135 to land. You know, 140 to land. It's gusty. Snagging the localizer. How about wheels? Landing gear. Gear going down. Always good to have wheels.
47.
That way we don't have to pay for a new paint job.
A see aircraft type?
Cessna 172 Skyhawk.
Gear down. 3 green.
And you're in a Long Beach, correct?
No, we're in Torrance.
And looking good again. Don't be fooled by that 1 runway 10-mile finals. Last click of the map. Ring the bell. Flight attendants, seats for landing.
American 1959, welcome to Burbank, exit right.
And we'll be exiting right 2. Done with the ILS chart.
Number 47332 Alpha, runway 29
Coming
right,
in,
Alpha,
exiting right there.
Alpha Juliet 29 right.
There's the other airport. We don't want that. Almost time to let the pilot fly the actual airplane.
Yeah, 441, runway 2, runway 8, clear to land.
Runway 8, clear to land, United 441. Still looking for the airport.
97, answer, just cleared
Speed's
out.
coming down just a bit.
There's 1295 for Matt, sir, just cleared out, showing 25 left.
I do not see a runway.
Affirm. Correct.
I see a road. They probably wouldn't like us to land on the road. Flaps out. Yep, there's that other airport.
Bracket 1127, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
That looks like a runway. Well, I kind of like to see it. That's 5-mile finals.
1127, for runway 15, clear for takeoff.
Autopilot off. Captain's got the airplane. No,
And
no,
traffic 4
no.
mile final for the crossing
Stop crying. It's not going to be that bad.
Yeah, 441, traffic departing on the crossing runway.
United 441 will avoid doing bumper planes.
Thank you, please. He should be out of your way, but
Leach is in chat. Leach 1471, thank you for coming in today. If you are brand new, just discovering us, we are going to be flying tomorrow, departing at 1800 Zulu. That's about 2 o'clock Eastern time in the United States. We're going to be doing a new cargo jetliner. My flight very likely is going to be Munich to, there goes the departing traffic. I'm going to probably do Munich for Vectors to Copenhagen. Vectors to Copenhagen is a really good event. It really does test your skill with some crowded airspace.
672, pop, clear at Mission Bay.
A touch high. Touch fast. But it's a jet.
272, pop, across Mission Bay at 7,300, clear localizer Delta approach, circle line runway 27 right.
That's okay, repeat that one more time. Cut out.
November semi.
SoCal approach, it's 4733 Alpha, holding short tuner right, running complete right for departure.
Number 32 Alpha, right downwind departure, approved runway 29 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, we're right downwind departure approved for 29 right, we're clear for takeoff 29 right.
6272 pop, cross Mission Bay at 7,300, clear localizer Delta approach, circle line runway 27 right.
That got fast real fast, didn't it? Flaps up. Get off the runway, there's somebody behind us. I bet my brakes are going to be a little hot.
Contact, clear exit flap, climb and maintain, level 230.
Departure United 158 with you, passing 4,000 feet.
Okay, American 152, SoCal departure radar, contact climb visit.
Climb visit, American 152 heavy, thanks.
Number 737, Golf Golf.
APU. I do not have the scene. I thought I did. Maybe I have the scenery over in X-Plane. Because I know we used to come here an awful lot. So I'm not sure where it is, but I thought I did have the scenery for that. APU is coming up. Strobes are off. Probe heaters going off so the ground crew doesn't burn themselves on it.
Roger, stand by. 737 Golf, go ahead.
And there we go.
November 737 Golf Golf. We're category B.
737 Golf. Okay, but what approach you about the
That's probably pretty good right there.
We can take the,
parking
RNF,
brakes.
Zulu.
Radio's going off. Stop squawking. We're going to get off their scope. They're busy today. Do we get the APU up and running? APU is coming up. Very nice. Hydrospace calling it a night. JSG Droid says minus 585. Tough to slow down and get down. Use the whole runway. So JSG Droid, yeah, let's see. Let's check out the bad news here. So over here we go. Let's see. I was a little floaty on that one, but I was also a little fast. So we were within the zone, but we should have hit the target there. So we were down a little bit fast, and my landing rate was 485. 1.01 Gs though. So the number that matters, the Gs. Yeah, Tim Dog had a great landing rate, minus 312. See, that was a really nice landing rate. Do we have APU? Yep, it's available. Engine number 1, engine number 2, those go off. Let's do hydraulic 1, 3, and 4. Fuel pumps 1 and 2 going off. Nose lights should have gone off. Seatbelts can go off. And bacon can go off too. Beacon. Let's do aircraft. We need to put some chocks in place. I need a ground power card. Let's open up the doors. And our passengers can get off. So we got a Southwest here at the gate. I think that's JSG Droid over there. So yeah, Tim Dog had a minus 99 Gs and JSG Droid. So JSG Droid was right on the bars. And that's what we really wanted to be. We want to be right on that. I was a little bit fast, which meant, when I was doing my flare, it flared a little bit more. So that's why I floated just a little bit. But we made it. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested. Tim Dog, you hit in the same spot too. JSG from Droid, your frames were stuttering. And JSG Droid, it looks like you were in the A319, right? Do you have the payware scenery? Because I didn't have any stutters coming in with the default. So that was actually kind of cool. Nice to not have big bad stutters coming in here. It's always nice to have that one. The FSTO, I thought that's the one that I had too. I thought that was the one that I had too. So, oh well, what's it going to be next, right? We've got flights tomorrow. So right now I've got Luxembourg in there, Luxembourg to Copenhagen. But if we get the new cargo liner, I'm going to move down to Munich for that. Then we were going to do to probably Lyon to Ibiza or Lyon to Paris with the new cargo liner. So we'll see how that works. And then after that, we'll probably also take the cargo liner into Ontario, out of Ontario, or Memphis or something like that, just because I think we've all been waiting for that for, quite a while. Time for me to say my thank yous. I am so grateful for you to be here. Thank you for some really nice jet fuel on the flight plan. There have been some nice gift subs this week. Thanks for being in. I do hope that you are doing well and you are having a great week. Thanks also. Shout out and a thank you to the secret agents, special agents, and double O's over on Patreon. I'll be up first thing in the morning with a flight briefing. We'll also see if we can't get a little bit of information about when the 777 might be available or something like that. And so we'll see how that works. Wig Bill was over trying to do a little bit of work on the over on the A350. So why don't we go over and say a hi to Wig Bill in the A350 who's working on trying to find a couple of the buttons and stuff like that, and we'll go over there. Ghost in the chat, thank you for coming in. Appreciate you stopping by. There was also some new friends over on YouTube. Thanks for coming in. We'll be back tomorrow, like I said, and can't wait to see you then. We always fly on VATSIM, so guess what? You can fly on VATSIM with us, and I hope you will. Thank you for being here. Have a really great evening. Until tomorrow, and first thing tomorrow morning on Discord and Patreon, have a really, really nice Sunday night. As always, please stay healthy, stay safe. Can't wait to see you in the friendly sim skies tomorrow. Good night, cheers, and I guess cheers, right?